Alrighty then. Hello. I actually woke up a long time ago, but laid back down after I ate, and then fell asleep for way longer than I thought. So, got like the double sleep. So, without further ado, we'll go ahead and just get started.
I can get through this forest fine by myself. I'm not scared.
We left off, Cheshire and her had split up. Ooh. They got in a little fight. They both had a reason, I suppose. But hers was probably worse. I'm still waking up a little bit. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna go through the rest of this. I don't think I'm gonna do much side stuff. Oh, coffee. And then we'll move into trails. I'll probably take like a small food break after this for trail.
An odd structure appeared out of the gloom, towering before Ceresa.
Ceresa, you can do this on your own. You don't need anyone's help. If I'm not careful, I'll be burnt to a crisp.
Crispy. Of course, I'll grab side stuff where I see it, but I'm not gonna go ape shit.
There could be fairies anywhere. I've got to keep quiet.
That didn't hurt too much. There's something like back here. Way down for now. Second sleep. Refreshing in a way, but disorienting in a way. Expect to be asleep for another few hours. But it's good. Like I said, last week I had some pretty bad sleep, so yesterday wasn't great either.
Ceresa was on her own this time. How was she going to get out of this pickle?
Really made it out of that. Also, man, don't hit me there.
That's it. Here we go. Phew.
Lucky man.
Cereza had certainly grown stronger since entering the forest. But even so, making her way alone was proving more difficult than expected. If only Cheshire were here.
No, I'm better off without that beast. I can make it through this forest myself.
Cereza heard a familiar voice. It was Cheshire. Injured, he was fleeing from a group of fairies.
Not my problem.
Oh, come on now.
Somehow, Cereza had made it through. Solo adventuring was turning out much more difficult than she had anticipated. The optimism she had right after splitting up with Cheshire was long gone. Speaking of Cheshire, Cereza couldn't help remembering him.
Anyways, yeah, the thoughts on this game so far. Kind of went over a little bit, I guess, at the end of the last one, but it's been alright. It's a cute game. I think that's probably its strength, is it's kind of just got like just a fun, simple, well-voiced, decently presented kind of fairy tale story. No more, no less on that, I'd say. I think the PowerPoint cutscenes probably do it a disservice, if anything. I imagine they're there to keep it sort of in line with the other Bayonettas and to keep it cheaper. But I would say they end up kind of, I feel like, I'm hurting a little bit of the...
A colossal iron structure stood before her eyes. It was a fort.
the fun of some of the
built by the
cutscenes.
fairies.
Especially since the animation work tends to be pretty good outside of them. It'd be one thing if this was like a cheaper game. It's a full price game, so...
Cereza once again spotted Cheshire. Incapacitated by his wounds, he was surrounded by fairies.
What has he gotten himself into now? Nope, not going to worry about it.
But before she knew what she was doing, Cereza had set off in Cheshire's direction.
I'm just going to take a look. I can't let anything happen to my stuffed cat.
Okay. Other than that, though, I would say the gameplay's been okay. I think that's probably its weakest point. I don't think it's like bad or anything. I think it gets the job done, but you know, you don't find yourself super engaged by it, and you definitely don't find yourself wanting to do probably more than you really need to. You know, I'll explore some side stuff, but I'm not looking at 100%. When we're doing fights and all that and upgrading, it's nice to get some upgrades to make the fights feel a little better, but it's not like a super satisfying system. I like the idea of a Metroidvania style map for the game too, but the upgrades you get really just allow you to go to places you couldn't before, not really traverse the areas you've already been in a more fun way. So, that, and I would say that the movement in general just feel the game is, I wouldn't call it sluggish or anything, but it's not really made to be very responsive and fluid and stuff. There's a few moments that don't feel like they're kind of on rails, but that's generally the idea. And it's clearly designed to be very casual. They tell you all the time you could turn off the ability to pretty much do like anything. You just have the game autoplay itself, and I think that's fine, but we're shooting for a younger audience, but they'd have to be really young. I mean, kids aren't that bad at games. I think they probably lean a little too hard into it being simple to the point where it might make it less fun, less engaging than it really should be. I feel like that's a delicate line to cross. I think the visuals have been fine too. In the beginning there's not a lot of variety, but they've added a bit in. So.
The fairies had captured Cheshire. Within their ranks was one regal-looking fairy who stood out from all the others. He appeared to be talking to Cheshire, but it was too far to hear what he was saying.
What does that fairy want with Cheshire?
The fairies carried him into some kind of fortress.
Cheshire!
Forgetting the peril of her situation, Ceresa rushed to follow the fairies into their stronghold.
No good. There must be another way in. You!
The elusive white wolf had appeared right before Ceresa. It called out to her before running away.
Where are you going? You know another entrance?
I always like in these kinds of stories, the gameplay just completely gives it away, right? Makes it different from other forms of storytelling. Like, in a fairy tale, you'd assume they get back together, right? But in a video game, you know they'll get back together because you have more stuff to explore. There's chests you're seeing as you're walking up. Upgrades you've made you wouldn't want to have wasted. Stuff like that. Certain bit less tension when you already know what's going to happen, but it's how it's going to carry out.
Listen, this fortress is crawling with fairies. I think you should sit this one out.
But the wolf just stared at her, showing no signs of moving. Let's go together, the wolf's determined eyes seemed to be saying to her.
Thanks. You know, to be honest, I was a little scared going alone. Don't tell Cheshire I said that.
And so, Ceresa and the White Wolf infiltrated deep into the enemy's stronghold.
If we're gonna have to fight him. Obviously the big man, but Cheshire though.
Just what have you gotten yourself into this time?
I don't know what I feel about this minigame either. Well, I know what I feel. I'm not a huge fan. I'm glad that one was only 2, but usually it's too many cycles.
I think it's supposed to turn that way.
Kind of slow.
Oh well, it works for me.
Unless we know there won't be much combat for a bit. It's good they try to do the slides on the minigame to spice it up, but still far from making it really. Grab the juicy. And I can send it back. Figured they'd make you do it twice, but I guess that's just for retreading. That's just where we were. Yeah, I think areas like this are probably another reason why I wouldn't probably wanna go for 100%. They're fine on a one run, but they're a little too linear. I think a lot of the map are probably a little too linear. And like I said, since you don't really...
Within, the fairies seem to be arguing about something loudly.
I don't understand what they're saying. But if I know these fairies, it must be something absolutely nefarious.
Yeah, since you don't get to go back through areas really in any different way, like you get the ability to move a little quicker, but that's like almost immediate. Might see me here. Good. Good.
This reminds me of climbing the clock tower with Jean. She acted so tough, but I knew she was scared.
There are little moments like that that aren't completely on rails, which is kind of nice. Or you can skip over something a little bit, like just a few feet or... Not much, but I guess we kind of mentioned that at the beginning.
Look at all those fairies. How am I going to make it out of here?
You can have a simple game where there's still some depth and execution, but just not a requirement. Like a 3D platformer. Go faster, take a shortcut, or be more stylish. He doesn't have a lot of that. There's not much room to really iterate on any area. Freestyle area. But where that depth does come in would be the multitasking with 2 sticks. It doesn't really come in as hot as you'd expect. It's still mostly,
Where are they taking you?
I wouldn't say one way to do everything, but there's not a whole lot of depth for it.
Cheshire.
They had finally found Cheshire. He was covered in wounds from head to toe. Hiding in the shadows, Ceresa was surprised to hear one of the fairies speaking words she understood. It is simple! We just need the girl. Stay out of our way, and we will ensure your return to the demon realm. They were speaking in Nokian, the language of angels and demons. It sounded like the regal fairy was trying to strike a deal with Cheshire. Ceresa felt her heart beating in her chest. What will it be? This is your last chance, demon. Ceresa waited for his answer with bated breath. Then she heard the familiar deep growl. Oh, like I can trust a fairy. I'll devour every last one of you. Despite his battered body, Cheshire's eyes still smoldered with defiance.
Cheshire!
Thankfully, the white wolf held the nearby fairies at bay.
Thanks!
She almost got herself
The
caught.
sudden appearance of 2 intruders had the fairy fortress in a frenzy. Ceresa seized the opportunity and freed Cheshire from his shackles. It was splendid teamwork.
Glad to see you're up for a fight. These naughty fairies are about to get punished.
Not bad. Better than your crying. Punishment, is it? With pleasure. Both Ceresa and Cheshire were on fire.
How do you like this? Let's go! You're getting punished!
The explosive.
Cheshire?
A large gash was cut on Cheshire's leg. Bits of cotton were falling out, along with his magical energy. The fairies had not been kind to their captive. Cheshire could hide his pain no longer.
That cut!
Unless the wound was mended, the magic-infused threads that bound Cheshire to this world would not last long.
Hold still. If you move around like that, you'll just make things worse.
Cereza needed to suture the wound as soon as possible. There was only one way she could think to do it.
Remember, Cereza, as blood flows through veins, magic flows through a witch's hair. Care for it as you would your most precious tool, and defend it as you would your very heart.
Do this.
Sorry, Morgana, but I found something more important.
Snipped. Didn't cut that much off.
These were the precious locks Cereza was growing out to resemble her mother. As expected, they worked their magic. Cheshire's wound closed in an instant. Don't blame me if that teacher of yours has a fit, Cheshire said quietly.
Don't worry, it'll grow back. Besides, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. I promised to send you back. Umbra Witch's honor. What I'm trying to say is...
But before she could finish, Cheshire had already returned to his miniature form. Well, get a move on, will you? He added with a squeak.
Squeak.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Cereza gave Cheshire a tight embrace. Somehow she felt that Cheshire was doing the same.
Restoration magic! I've never been able to pull that off before. I wonder if it might work on something else.
She kinda had to take some extreme measures. So just do the exact same thing, but now with a twist. Literally a twist. Dude, that's a lot of spinning, man. Do these count as percentages? That probably wouldn't be an entire percent. I imagine this is total, not story completion. I already marked this game as sent back, so we'll definitely be finishing today. I imagine we'll finish before it could even, I'll even run. It doesn't matter if I missed it anyways. They don't give a shit. I want to mark it before business hours so they send the next thing.
Don't think I'm so shabby now, huh?
A cut like this is nothing. But this ribbon isn't so bad.
Cheshire said in a slightly embarrassed voice.
Yeah, I think it suits you perfectly.
Something made them stop. A strange presence. They were not alone.
Stop! We need to impetuous step so the secret ruin our kingdom. We will not allow him to wake a cursed child from his slumber.
It was the regal fairy from earlier.
She voiced him before? Guess they'll change their mind on that.
That fairy's speaking our language. I think.
Fine! Her insolence knows no bounds. Repent! For a king's anger, what snoop is not easily questioned.
The regal fairy continued his haughty monologue. Still, his thick accent was nigh unintelligible.
This is hopeless. It must be some kind of fairy dialect. So, what? Are you saying you're the fairy king or something?
Insolence! Before us all, bend the knee. Those with four legs bend too. The very trees of Avalon bow before us to pay obeisance. We are Puka the Wise, Puka the Magnanimous. God's for dramatic effect. Puka, the one true king of the Avalon Forest.
What? Okay.
Oh, the horse.
So it was you who did all that awful stuff to Cheshire. I see a royal behind in need of a good spanking.
Cheshire looked happy to oblige.
Human and demon dare challenge Puka, whose name strikes me across all three realms. We should call out a blast from heaven and make the room free.
I do prefer when they make the enemies or bosses like goofy. Fits a little better.
Cheshire, help!
Oh, it's just like a generic enemy. But in this, it's like a big boss.
Cheshire!
Oh, the torture machine.
With you.
Cute. I got that here. A remix, one of the Bayonetta songs. By one of the demons. You just get a whole thing, man.
This guy's full of surprises. We better run. To business.
Summon another one. I mean, it's alright, but yeah. At this point, yeah, those kinds of sections. Probably down a dozen.
They just keep coming. We have to take down that fairy.
Getting hit by shit in the middle here. I think a lot of it's just the camera. It makes it hard to be very precise. Which makes it hard to like kind of feel like you're doing stuff perfectly. Which is kind of, I mean, some of those small bits of depth you could get, right? You'll feel kind of like you're sloppily doing something.
Say your prayers.
You can't see enough to get any precision. Yeah, it's a bit smashy for sure.
Say your prayers.
It's essentially you walking up to the guy, binding him, and then just doing a charge hit and then spamming for it to finish with the super hit. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to it. And like I said, since you don't get like a whole lot of like precision because the camera is kind of all over the place and there's a lot of effects and stuff, you don't even really get like precise feeling of at least button mashing right how you want to. It's not like unsatisfying at all, but it means I won't be doing any extra side content.
Let's get him, Cheshire.
Spam it. Usually you just hold this thing down.
Even should the pyre consume our very self, these interlopers shall go no further.
What's he saying now? I have a bad feeling about this.
The two sensed danger in the fairy named Puka's words and began to run.
Got the big red button.
What? What was with that guy? What are you on about? What the? Oh, give me a break!
Realizing what had happened, Cereza hurriedly began wiping her face.
Jeez, this guy's getting a fucking
The
kick out of it.
spectacle was too much for Cheshire. He rolled with laughter.
Oh, now it's personal. That creepy fairy best hope we never cross paths again. Okay, Chucklepuss, joke's over. All right, let's get a move on.
Cereza frowned and stormed off. Trying unsuccessfully to control his laughter, Cheshire followed after. But each glance at Cereza sent him back into fits of seam-bursting chortles.
Can't just spawn the chest behind me, man. Come on.
The sphere burned with a bright red light. The two had arrived at the final elemental core.
before. We destroyed all the elemental cores. You know what that means? Here's the last elemental power. Let's give it a try.
Oy.
Let's go! Awesome! You think the White Wolf is okay?
Oh,
It's
shit.
not. He'll show that smug face of his before long, I'm sure.
He's evil, man. Evil. Because now we've killed the fairy guy and everything.
Let's get him, Cheshire! You're getting punished! Prepare yourself! Get him, Cheshire!
There's a lot of screen shaking this shit, man. Maybe you could turn any of that off.
Perfect!
Probably not.
Cheshire, are you feeling better? Does it still hurt?
I'm fine.
Cheshire said nothing more. But Cereza could have sworn she had the trace of a faint purr in his voice.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, I don't get that accessibility option, but then not having all this other stuff. You can change where your narrator voice is. Kinda odd.
That tower! You made it out of the fortress!
Cereza let out a sigh of relief. The wolf seemed as energetic as ever.
You're going to take us to Lucaon? We must be getting close. Come on, Cheshire! Hurry!
Maybe you have to get like everything to get that one. Oh, even more, damn it. Let's see if we can get to that. These are all way too expensive, man. I mean, you pay too much. I mean, I guess it gives you a reason to go do everything. Oh, goddamn. Multi-buy-in 3 would definitely be the way to go. The problem is you need 3 of those like specialty things, so you'd have to go run around the world and find all those. 2 of these. Maybe it's worth doing just so we have a little damage before the finale. It's probably not necessary even then. Not like we needed it for the fights at all. Well, they might start putting like higher health enemies around. Double that. I feel like I almost did more damage than good, man. That double sleep, excuse me.
Morgana's ghostly form appeared. She took one look at Cereza and furrowed her brow.
Cereza, what have you done with your hair?
Sorry. I needed it for something.
Cereza explained how she had used her hair to save Cheshire.
For the sake of the demon! Cereza, never forget who is the master and who the subject. Under normal circumstances, now would come a stern lecture. But that will have to wait for your safe return. My spell is almost complete. I will have you out of that forest soon. Just hold on a bit longer.
Oh. Thanks, Morgana.
The fairies are a formidable foe. But use all I taught you and defeat them. May the moon light your path. Stay safe, Cereza.
Oh, I'll defeat them all right. And after that, I'll meet Lucan, get that power, and send you back.
Cereza and Cheshire exchanged a glance. Getting the power from Lucan would mean the end to their journey. It would mean saying farewell.
Come on. We're almost there.
My eyes feel strained, man. Gotta do one of these. Too much sleep. Not the game helps, man. It's got all sorts of shit going on screen. I'm not even gonna worry about the upgrades. If we happen to pass by, I won't look at them, but it's gonna go for story completion at this point. Extra damage would be nice, but yeah. I don't hate the game. I've been doing all the side content I can as we go. I'm just not backtracking. Try to play smart with me, buddy. It won't end well for you. Got like a little boss. I've done actually a fair bit. I wonder how much total. I should check the numbers. There's a lot of areas I haven't done anything in, but some of those I got lost for a bit. I ended up doing quite a bit. Very mashy.
Cool.
My eyes are super strained. Oh no. I am awake. My eyes are just strained. Alright, it's one of those that's like it's hard to stay focused. I feel like it kind of your eyes are unfocused. Oh god. Whoa. Power up. Infinite power up. What? Really a fight right after a fight. In the name of the Lord. There's little dudes we could find, but check. What is this area above me? I feel like we can get there, probably. Is this like a total side area? Yeah, my numbers are pretty weak. There's a lot of these things here, man. Fortress. I think that's one of the things is, yeah, a lot of the upgrades aren't terribly exciting. They help with fighting a bit, but it's not going to change the fundamentals. Like at this point, I would just be going back to get like damage. I'm like, eh. One moon pearl, one inferno fruit. This has a lot. This is like, that's like the largest area. I've gotten like a little less than half. I think that's another thing is all the maps are very branching and stuff. It still is just running through a lot of hallways. So it makes it feel linear. Not like Fox, it's just, yeah. I think a mix of like the fundamentals really never changing, the rewards not being that.
A small glade of otherworldly beauty opened.
Like, where's up? It keeps me from bothering. God damn.
You've finally done it, miss. A voice echoed through the trees. It was one of the rare sounds in this forest that put Sarata's heart at ease.
Ignis!
Congratulations on destroying all 4 cores! You've put those fairies in a right kerfuffle!
We couldn't have done it without you, Ignis. Your advice really helped us out.
Just doing my part. I told you, it's my job to know the goings-on in Avalon. I must say, though, I'm honestly quite impressed you made it this far.
We've seen so much of this forest. I dare say we know more about it than you.
Maybe you're right. Next time I'll ask you for directions. I've been waiting a long time for someone like you, miss.
Waiting? Why?
You see, I've lived in Avalon Forest for ages now. It used to be such a beautiful, lovely place. The fairs changed that. They corrupted this forest and terrorized its inhabitants. I've seen them do such horrible things, powerless to do anything but watch. That's why I've been waiting for someone to wake us from this bad dream. I'd have done it myself if I still...
Ignis?
Still.
Are you...
Sorry, I got carried away for a second. Ahead lies that which the fairies have fought so hard to keep from you. I believe it is what you entered this forest to find.
Do you mean Lucaon?
Go on! The seal to the altar is now broken. Be safe, you two. May Avalon's blessing be upon you.
More rabbit.
Come here!
All of the elemental cores were destroyed, and their barriers were no more. What waited for them beyond, they could not imagine. With all the elemental cores destroyed, the barrier put up by the fairies disappeared.
I see. That must be the entrance.
Into the abyss with you.
Out of the forest, where Lucaon is waiting.
Probably not much point in even checking these chests. I mean, yeah, I could use some, like, numbers, but I mainly need fruit. Something tells me we're not going to be getting a whole lot of fruit. Here, unless I go back. This place doesn't even have any. Other area. I don't know if that's going to be a story or you can just make it there from somewhere else. Ooh, that's another thing. While we have a lot of powers now, you never know when you're like actually allowed to go to some of these places. Or if you have everything you need to explore. Since they are in some ways a little linear. And it's hard to wanna run back through everything. But then the problem is when I get to the end, I just want it to be at the end, right? Because the story's gonna go in and we're kind of used to the gameplay. That happens in some Metroidvanias. The real good ones, I'll just, you know, you'll just keep going. And always want to go back and explore. Because maybe they make it easy to do, but some of them you're like, I'm gonna save it, and then you end up never doing it.
I'm not scared. Cheshire, are you ready?
Just rip in. Claws first. Don't give yourself a chance to be afraid.
Cheshire's steady voice filled Teresa with courage.
All right.
Ooh. Missed one. impact crater. We can hope. Now what you wanted to see down here is one of these. I'd almost call it some bad timing. Take down all the big 4 things and then they throw another one of these in here. Let's see if it's more than a generic pipe. It's kind of like filler. I don't know if they'll do the fairies where sealing away something that was worth sealing away.
Cool.
Typical fairy tale, you'd say yes. But like Luca isn't Luca like the good guy in the other games? And then who else are you gonna fight, right? Still gotta fight the fairies. Although somebody could take control of the fairies, of course. Why? Is there not an undub option? Have they already said that? As the voice acting seemed very generic so far. It's cool it's voice acted. And I think that's a big play to try to get more Western audiences interested, of course. But more mainstream stuff. My problem with it is, I mean, I heard a lot of the typical voice actors you'd hear in one of these, but that's not the quality I want in a full VN that's supposed to be really cool, right? Or possibly cool. I want generic. I'd rather just imagine it at that point. Or just get the original. Bunch of terminology not consistent with the rest of the series. Someone altered it, but why? Why would they change it to not be what it is in the other games? Unless that's like part of the plot, but I doubt it. I think the music develops here over time. Why would they change it? Just to pretend they were doing something? Like, I can't imagine you hire somebody on. And of course, I'm sure Steiner didn't do it. I find it hard to believe you'd hire somebody on and then just like change their work for no reason.
Hello.
Before them stood Puka, the ostentatious fairy from earlier. He appeared slightly charred from the explosion.
Well, if it isn't the self-proclaimed king, what is it this time?
We have no words for you, girl. Your infernal compatriot, however, still owes us an answer to our proposition.
Maybe he's charged from the fight. I don't know.
The fairy Puka was trying to tempt Cheshire, offering to send him back to Inferno. Did he truly have the power to open a portal right here, right now?
Well, demon, you scorned our generous offer once before. But how will your tune change when the fires of Inferno tickle your name?
With a flamboyant flourish, the fairy opened a massive fiery gate. Ceresa could feel the heat from beyond. The familiar sounds of the forest were joined by the faint cries of the damned.
Cheshire?
Cheshire slowly approached the gate. As he neared the threshold, memories of their journey came flooding back to Ceresa. Once again, Cheshire had rejected Puka's offer.
So be it, but Inferno's fire
done to him?
Ceresa's question fell on deaf ears. Puka was busy cackling maniacally. Until...
Cheshire? What's wrong?
Cheshire, blind with rage, turned his gaze on Ceresa. The demon bared its fangs and pounced.
Cheshire?
Cheshire rampaged. He gave only violent growls in response.
Using the weight around.
What should I do? Don't worry, I'm here for you. Cheshire? Are you in there? Do you recognize me?
Fix these pillars. So, man.
Now! Calm down! It's okay!
Cheshire regained control long enough to muster a few words.
Roll 3 now.
Cheshire, stop!
Hopefully. Not the rule of 20.
I can't keep this up much longer. But I won't leave Cheshire this way. Hold on, Cheshire. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Cheshire!
Cheshire had returned to his senses, but his violent tantrum had taken a heavy toll.
Cheshire? Why didn't you go into the portal?
Oh, that weirdo. Oh, couldn't trust him.
Cheshire replied before turning away.
So does that mean you trust me?
Cheshire said nothing. He closed his tired eyes. Ceresa sung him a lullaby she remembered from long ago.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let
That's
me
not a
see
lullaby,
what
that's
spring
Frank
is
Sinatra.
like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. We need a rest.
But is the fairy guy still alive? We just don't know. Probably.
A cold, bitter wind continued to blow mercilessly, but their hearts were not cold at all. Together, they could overcome any obstacle. That belief caused their hearts to shine brighter than the sun.
Come here!
Use all your powers. What exactly is she gonna do over here, man? So we need him to go over here separate. I was like, unless he can get up there, it's like there's no way we're doing shit. She takes forever to move along that fucking that shit, dude. Or just park his ass here for like an hour. And then he moves super quick. It's really easy to accidentally go too far by just like barely any. You have to just tap the stick. Body's not too big. Actually pretty easy to go past where you're supposed to. You gotta be slow, that's the name of the game, man. Be slow. But you want to be quick because the gameplay's so goddamn simple.
Tish it! Let's fight our way through!
The three thingies.
You're getting punished! You're getting punished!
Where's Bayonetta? Where's Cheshire? I can barely tell. The music keeps getting interrupted, man. Wasn't the Bayonetta 3 meta stuff kind of getting in the way of a lot of this? I thought the Luca on like medieval fantasy was actually like a just like one of the Bayonettas or whatever. I don't remember for sure. Cause there was like a fantasy Bayonetta thing going on in Bayonetta 3. Who knows, man. That whole meta plotline was probably not a good idea. I don't know if anybody liked that. Anybody like Bayonetta 3's story? It kind of hurts this. Because you're not even playing like the same Bayonetta. Probably. You're playing like some wacko Bayonetta from like another timeline or whatever. Like Bayonetta 1 and 2 are separate timelines, and Bayonetta 3, and it's just like, I get they're always trying to make it like meta and wacky, and like that's usually fine in Bayonetta because the story's not a huge deal, but I feel like once you start having separate Bayonettas, like it's cool at times because you get to see like all these different kinds of gameplay because there's like a pop one and stuff. But you could have easily just made it costumes, right? Or she'd go to a different world and all of a sudden she was like in a different costume, but it's always one Bayonetta, right? I think that would have been better. Cause like which Bayonetta am I right now? First one? Second one? When they get murdered and then they just magically come back? Third one? Yeah, I don't think it was a good idea. Where the fuck am I going? The Bayonetta. I must return to Bayonetta. Oh, there's this thing. Yeah. Yeah, I also didn't like the whole Luca. Like, Luca was like a fun dude, and they always played at the romance, but he's not a very interesting character. Bayonetta's stories are at their best when it's just conceptual stuff, and an excuse for set pieces, and like fun, charismatic kind of Bayonetta moments. When they start trying to get him a little too emotional, or incorporate stuff like the viola and like, you know, the family and all this and that, and, it starts getting a little wonky. I mean, I still liked that game, don't get me wrong, but definitely more of a gameplay thing. Yeah, I'm like, damn, like giving Bayonetta a kid, like that's already questionable, but I can buy it, right? Oh I don't think you need it for sure. But I appreciate they're trying to do something different, I guess. But man, Viola herself, yeah, sucks, dude. She's so lame. Like, I don't hate the idea of like some punk chick. I mean, you already, like, it's a little too close to Nira, but.
Cheshire, over here!
Got her. She's so they try way too hard to make her quirky and goofy, and they just do not sell it right. Her VA with just her over the top animations. She's supposed to be this like wacky like comedy punk thing, and she's so fucking lame. It's trying way too fucking hard. Yeah, she's pretty shit. Her gameplay's like okay, but compared to just Bayonetta proper, it's not really that good. It's not like a Dante and Nero where they kind of hit like two different areas that are really fun. You'd almost always rather be playing Bayonetta. Let me get some else just yeah. Really don't think we're gonna see any more fruits. Could be wrong, but I should probably just spend what I got.
Cheshire, let's go! Prepare yourself! Let's go! Cheshire, let's go! Cheshire! You're getting punished! Cheshire! Get out! Let's get him, Cheshire! Stop it! Oh. How do you like this? You're getting punished! Prepare yourself!
Yeah, 2 is awesome. Just as like a nice set piece action game. Same with 3. I mean, they're just fun. I have a problem with 3's pacing and the amount of new things that they bring in and distractions they introduce. I really think that game just needs more time where you just fight. I don't think I care for the summon system, but I like that they tried it. But you should play them. I mean, they're fun. Her perfect pair of window wider. I'm not surprised. The problem with it is, it's not that it's not that it's a problem being hard. It's a problem that you just, because it is hard, you don't need it, and you can just do something else. And for it being kind of like a big part of her gameplay that you end up just ignoring because of like, I feel like some of the tightness of that timing. It's not rewarding either. I was when you essentially got with the parry what Bayonetta got with just like a fucking simple dodge, right? Like that's just not enough, in my opinion. Oh god, aiming these fucking fireballs are fucking atrocious. I'm not surprised. It was just an odd choice. Like, it's fine you want to make it difficult, but it's like, why bother making it that tight? Like, some of the worst challenges in the game were tied to her perfect parry. You just get so little from it. Like, why bother? It's not like Nero, where there's really tight timings on, like, revs or something, where you can rev in between every action you do to get more damage. Like, it was essentially a high-risk, low-reward like choice that you only use if you really had to, and you might use it for style sometimes, but and I mean that's a lot of Bayonetta, just kind of style and mastering the combat, but it just didn't feel good to use, especially when it's funny because on Viola her parry, I feel like, was harder than the Muna Malakala, which is just the parry where you tap in the direction. And you could spam that one too, so you just get like a better option. Also to parry, didn't you have to have Cheshire out? Or not out, but back in? I don't remember for sure. You might have been able to have him out and parry, but it was something goofy. It just didn't work out right. It was one of the biggest problems with her kit. Yeah, making it more doable is probably smart. Because let's be real, Bayonetta's was like, I mean, her dodge is super easy to do, and you can parry with her easily. Yeah, you should play them though, they're fun. I've replayed 2 a million times. Maybe replay 1 again. I replayed it a lot back when it came out, but oh, she died without the keynote? Yeah, at times the visuals are like that. A lot of mashing, but not as much crazy set pieces. I mean, the story's better in this, but it's still pretty basic fairy tale stuff. I think it's kind of my problem with this overall, is it feels like I've played this game a million times before. Because I have. There's a bunch of games with fairy tale stuff. You know, the Liar Princess, the Blind Prince, or whatever, the Blind Prince, whatever the fuck it is, the one with the dragon. I've played a bunch of other, like, you know, Lost Tales and all these other storybook games, and, you know, that's fine. That's a comfortable thing. You know what the stories are going to be like. They're wholesome. Like, gameplay-wise, it's a bit more unique with the dual stick stuff, but, I mean, I've played Brother Tale of Two Sons. You know, it's a cool idea, but it's like, I don't think they take it to that point where the novelty factor carries it for the entire length of this game. There's just not enough multitasking and readability of what's going on and, like, cool mechanics. And it's like, probably a 10 zillion indie games that use dual stick. I feel like I've done that before as well, but I'm not gonna give it like, I'm not gonna lay into it because it does something cute with the dual sticks. I just feel like mechanically, like the pace, the kind of like simple Metroidvania stuff is like, you've kind of been there and done that a little bit. Like, it's still a good enough time. I don't have any regrets playing it. It's fun enough, and I think like I said, the endearing little fairy tale story is worth it for its own sake, I guess. But I don't know. $60 is a lot. I don't know if it's a $60 game. I mean, you definitely, I guess you technically get hours from it for sure, but I just don't think it's pushing the envelope. I mean, both in the cutscenes, the ideas. Like, I don't know. I guess it's got unique novelties and shit going on. I mean, the art's kind of nice. Stick is okay, but yeah, I don't know. We'll get to it when we get to it. I need to take a piss, but I definitely get a feeling I've been there, done that on a lot of it. Obviously not completely. It's not like devoid of creativity or anything, but I think just the simple puzzle platforming action or action puzzle or whatever you want to call this, like the general like gist of the story and stuff. While it's comfy, it's also kind of I think the execution needs to be a little better for how familiar this kind of is. Anyway, I'll be right back. Little Dragon storybook game yesterday watching this, the Lost Pages one. There's a lot of storybook games out there. Oh no, you're talking about the Liar, the dragon one or whatever with the princess who's the knight. There's a lot of storybook games. Which is kind of what I mean. It's like fairy tale stories are nice and simple, and I think your mileage on this game is going to be how much you just like a nice wholesome fairy tale story. It covers a lot of the beats you'd expect, which is fine. But yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't think it shakes anything up in that formula. It's its own little spin on it, other than being tied to Bayonetta. Not executed bad or anything, the story, but yeah, like you can think of like a bazillion other things that kind of do it.
Is there no challenge you cannot overcome? Cereza, you amaze me.
I'm not alone. I would have never made it this far without Cheshire's help.
Yes, your control of that demon is a testament to your skill as a witch. Soon, we will meet at last. Cereza,
Control.
I count down the hours.
That sounds evil, man. I don't know, I'm kind of split on it. It's like I'm not I don't think your game has to be. I think execution matters much more than novelty. Novelty can carry for sure. I think it's important. I mean, fresh ideas and stuff is kind of what makes any medium exploring creativity, kind of keep moving on. But the skill and ideas in which like you execute those are also, you know, tied to creativity and shit as well, I suppose. But I just don't know if this quite hits enough of those points. Even though I'd say the story and like general feel is probably this game's strength, it's like it's still a little missing there. Like I like the idea of like the twin stick, but then you don't really have enough moments where you can like let it shine, or there's like cool. I mean, there's little bits where you'll control two things at once, but not a whole lot of depth to it. Because Bayonetta's she just kind of walks up and presses the L, and that's kind of it. And it's like I get it when you're in twin stick, you don't want too much going on at once, but just give me the option to have more, right? And if you want to go deeper, you can, right? I mean, if you don't have challenges made for these kinds of things, I guess it might hurt it a bit, but I still feel like, you know, you can allow that kind of depth. There's not much depth there. And the problem with that is the cool novelty of the twin stick control, it's not really fully realized because of how just goddamn simple it is, right? Like I can run around and do two different things, but what? What am I gonna do, right? In a fight, like this is it, and then I just smash R and mash charges and stuff. Like you can move around, but it's pretty rare you're gonna get hit. I don't know. I think it's aggressively inaccessible to a fault. That's probably a lot of it. Like I get that some part of the idea that they wanted to make it very, you know, accessible to everybody and casual for any age, any person, I suppose. You smash your way through it, but it's like we kind of mentioned with like a Mario game, right? Those are easy to get into, but there's plenty of room to like master them, and you know, giving challenges like the time trials and stuff is good to push it to the limits. I just don't know if there's like depth of mechanics, period, to ever go beyond that. So. I don't know, that's just one of the many little things I'd say. I don't hate the game by any means. I mean, it's plenty fine, but I think that's so far where I'm gonna probably end up with it.
To the forest.
It'll just be
a new
that was
path appeared
and then that'll
before
be
their
kind of it.
eyes.
We'll see though.
It seemed to call to Cereza, as if a strange force were pulling her.
Like I'm not bored, but I'm also not like looking to soak up any more of it.
I'm sure of it. We're getting close, Cheshire. When you're ready, let's go finish this.
That's the point of no return.
They had finally made it. As promised, Lucaon, the boy from Cereza's dreams, was waiting, but unlike his radiant ethereal counterpart, this Lucaon looked pale and lifeless.
Lucaon?
As Cereza called out his name, she heard Lucaon's voice, ever so faint.
Welcome, Cereza. I knew you would make it.
Hold on, Lucaon. I'll get you out of there.
No, I am here. I'm afraid what you see in that crystal is nothing but a shell.
Both Cereza and Cheshire were startled. The source of Lucaon's voice was none other than the White Wolf.
Why does the White Wolf sound like Lucaon?
Don't be afraid. While my body was sealed, my soul still runs free in the body of this wolf.
And it was in that body that Lucan had guided them through the forest.
You were sealed? But why?
My blood.
Now they're asking that.
I am the child of human and fairy.
Human? And fairy?
Fear not. Not all fairies are like those you've met. I wish to live in harmony with humans. For that, I was cursed to this fate.
And so the boy told Ceresa of his tragic past. Lucan was the last fairy prince, the son of the former king and his human queen. The king was loved by his subjects and even sought a way to live in harmony with the human world. But a faction of evil fairies conspired against him. Killing the king in cold blood, they next came for his wife and young Lucan. His mother managed to save Lucan's spirit before she was driven out of the fairy kingdom, never to return again. Unable to kill Lucan, but fearing the return of his royal bloodline, the rebellious fairies sealed his body using a powerful spell.
Morgana.
Your parents? Lucan.
Morgana's an Umbral witch.
So much.
Lucan's past
Maybe
reminded
not.
Ceresa of her own.
I guess she's a human.
Her heart hurt for him.
All I could
guess.
do was wander the forest, trying desperately to hold on to the memory of my human self. But Ceresa, there exists one way to break this curse.
Sacrifice your beast.
It requires a special power, something only a witch can possess. And so each time a witch entered the forest, my hope soared. I tried my best to guide them here, but...
You trick them.
Oh, Ceresa, I'm so happy you made it here safely. Now, I beg you, please help me wake from this nightmare. With the seal broken and my fairy power restored, we can leave this forest together. I will help you save your mother. So, please.
Something only a witch can possess? Just say the word. How can I help?
Why, Ceresa, you've already brought me exactly what I need.
What? I did?
Yes! You brought the sacrifice!
Of course, man. You can call every beat.
That demon is perfect!
They gotta cash in on, yeah, she has to be tricked by him, and they have to cash in on the relationship. I mean, it's fine. It's nothing special guessing what a fairy tale story is gonna be like, but that is also part of the problem of fairy tale story.
What?
Ceresa could not believe her ears. Sacrifice Cheshire?
Hurry! I must absorb that demon's power. At long last, the curse will be broken.
I can't do that.
What? What do you mean? Why not?
Sacrifice Cheshire? I can't do that. He's my friend.
Your friend? You mean that demon? Ceresa, what are you saying? Look at it. Demons are infernal creatures that feast on human souls. You witches harness their power as a tool, a weapon, nothing more.
You're wrong. Cheshire is no tool. He's a living creature with his own thoughts and dreams. We made it this far by working together, so I'm not about to offer him up like some sacrificial goat. I want to help you, but I simply cannot do that.
I'll have to use force.
I don't believe this. I'm sorry, Ceresa, but you leave me no choice.
Look on.
Ceresa saw Lucan's face, only a moment ago so full of hope, now contorted by sorrow. She wanted desperately to help him.
There must be something else. I'll help you find another way.
You don't understand. This is my last chance.
Time to leave them all behind.
Look on! What are you doing? You really mean to sacrifice Cheshire? Stop, I'm begging you!
Hearing the desperation in Ceresa's voice, for an instant Lucan hesitated. But his mind was made up.
Bossman.
Cheshire!
Captured by the fairy prince, Cheshire's life force was being drained.
I can't believe I trusted you.
Ceresa knew what she had to do.
I thought we could be friends!
Enter my arena, Ceresa. Meanwhile, Morgana. Where are you?
Here we go,
Oh shit.
Cheshire!
The fucking upslide. Exciting bit of gameplay up. Some movement. Everything's better with some movement, man. Oh, we're getting a Bayonetta set piece, man. Yeah, I'll say it's like the start of any random Bayonetta game.
Nothing my magic can't fix!
It's the only break when you jump off of them.
Look on! Stop it already! If I destroy that, I might be able to free Cheshire.
You can make out the rhythm things here. They definitely don't make it easy. Although you've seen him so many times at so many like oblique angles. Makes it a little easier to know what you're looking for.
If you don't stop now, I'll never forgive you.
I don't think he's too worried about forgiveness. Why is it his last chance anyways? It's a fairy tale story, they just make shit up and it just flies because it's just supposed to be fun like that. And if he's ever gonna say why. More PowerPoint. Whoa, I'm fucking sliding, bitch. I'm cutting the corners. I think it's just gonna keep going forever. Give me fucking doll. Good luck avoiding all these, man. I have all of the elements, Bayonetta.
He's gonna pay for that. Time to take back what he stole.
Okay.
They should have been animated from the start like this, man. I really don't think the PowerPoint does anything for the storybook feel. Suppose I could use my potions. I don't even know what they all do. That's the first time I ever used this one. don't think using her magic even does anything. Oh, it's really hard to tell where the fuck anything is sometimes.
I'm taking back what you stole from Cheshire! Right! One element down! Get him, Cheshire!
I don't know how much point even using some of these buffs, man. He's just in these states of not being able to get hit anyways. I don't think that does anything. I think it's supposed to stun the enemy, but this is a boss who doesn't care about that.
Two down, two to go! Get him, Cheshire! Stop it! Cheshire, let's go!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I barely gotta use fire. I mean, I guess if you 100% of the game, you'd go use it a bit more, but it's the problem with saving all these abilities for like pretty late. I mean, they had a little section, I guess, after the fire bit, but I mean, it's not like it really made much of a difference. Oh, you're supposed to probably slam down now. I think that only gives her back her own magic. Maybe just get infinite magic for a little bit. It doesn't, not very useful. Yeah, it ends up being pretty whatever, huh?
Good. That's number 3.
And I mean, let's be real. In combat, it lets you shoot a ranged fireball, but other than that, it really only is just used to just walk around in more areas. It's not really like super crazy. I'm like locked in, dude. Coming down, brother.
Prepare yourself. Get him, Cheshire.
Oh, he gets infinite when he's got the enrage. It's gonna be like another phase now that we got the fire.
4. We've taken back everything you stole, Lucaon.
Oh shit. Switch power here. Nope. I am all of the elements. With airbender. You gotta make like a sacrifice here.
Oh. Cheshire. Cheshire, I'm here now. It's okay.
No, now you get it right on his
Unleash
back.
your real power.
That's cute. As he said at the beginning, he wouldn't let her do it.
Cheshire, let's go.
Or he didn't say it, he implied it. Unbound. Cheshire. Unchained. Invade with the L and use a powerful physical use an R. Oh, we like gameplay. is R? It's just an AoE, I guess, man. Having direct control here is probably more fun than more fun combat than the entire game. They give him a bunch of moves too. Gimmick controls can be fine, but yeah, you really gotta like sell it, man. Oh, you can still use her on this back. Yeah, this probably should have been like a mode you went into occasionally, right? I get wanting to save it for the finale because it's like, you know, oh, they're all friends now and shit, but gameplay wise. The super beam. I have to mash our anime beams. The power of friendship versus survival. That's so cool. Yeah, FPS, man. I'm sure that was just because they wanted to make it look like a storybook, right? Definitely not. For any other reason.
We work together, no one can stop us. I'm not letting anyone have Cheshire. Don't even think about
Double
it.
mashing.
Having lost Cheshire's power, Lucaon struggled to stay on his feet. And then...
Well, you brutalized them.
Look on!
Do you regret your words and
A
deeds?
heroic demon? Such altruism was unheard of throughout all infernal texts. But Ceresa understood.
You did?
Chapter 12. Oh no. Maybe he wasn't the final. Maybe now we have to fight
Oh, I'm exhausted.
the creatures. The evil laddies. I haven't made a single thing. I don't think it really matters though. I just used them. They weren't that useful really. I guess I could. Let's be real, we're not gonna get any more of those things anyways.
Yes!
There's nothing really on his I want. He always takes like extra shit, man.
Let's take a break.
Since they're hanging out now. I can just max out, doesn't really matter, huh? Damn. It's expensive though. I'm gonna go through all my mats. Are these really that good that they would make them worth make them this costly? They didn't feel that strong to me, man. Only the healing probably was any good. We're not even gonna get to see any more of his little upgrades, man. I have to go out there and grab some more juice. Like his animation there, dude. Yeah, because wasn't Viola the daughter of the Bayonetta in the fantasy setting? I would explain then why she has the treasure thing. They probably, I mean, they probably set up all that lore just for this.
We need a rest.
And also explain why Lucan isn't full evil here. Now I'm approaching it. Oh. And here I thought that was it,
Sorrow
man.
and anger were gone from Lucan's eyes.
My soul cannot hold this form much longer. I figured this time was my last chance.
No!
I thought demons were all heartless monsters, but I was wrong. Cheshire, was it? Forgive me for what I tried to do. The only heartless one was me.
Look on.
Guess Morgana still needs to do something too.
All of a sudden, there was an ear-splitting crack, and a flash of light illuminated the sky. Morgana had succeeded in breaking the barrier trapping them in the forest.
Of course! If we can get you to my master, she'll find a way to save you.
What?
There's still time. Come on, we have to get you to her. Lucan, I won't let you die here.
Splendid! Oh, the pathos is palpable.
You!
Him.
Behalf of Avalon the Forest, you have our eternal gratitude. Why, the trees themselves shall sing a ballad of your deeds.
It was Puka, the self-proclaimed king. His usual retinue was nowhere to be seen. Though his outfit had seen better days, his elocution was still to be admired.
We're in no mood for your riddles. Back off!
Why, we have no need to quarrel. Our subjects will gladly
I'm glad they didn't try to get like Laura Bailey doing a fucking Bayonetta voice again, but also a kid Bayonetta voice.
by our fairy light. One ill needs that lupine.
That would have been horrible. I really would have killed the line of the story, man.
Filthy beast where he lies.
Puka was after Lucaon's spirit and the royal power that it contained. Hearing his words, Ceresa knew it had been Puka who had betrayed the Fairy King. Puka who had torn Lucaon's family apart before cursing him to wander the forest in solitude.
You fiend! Enough. I will run no longer. But in exchange, let those two go.
No! Lucaon, you can't!
This is for the best, Ceresa. My time is up.
Lucaon, don't give up! We're not going to let you take him, got it? And for the record, I knew you were lying about being a king.
So be it. One way or another, he will die. And with his royal line extinguished, we shall be eclipsed no longer. Fairy brethren, the cursed child is finally within our grasp. The false king's son reaches its nadir, and now Puka's star shines bright.
On Puka's signal, a terrifying number of fairies appeared out of the darkness.
Yeah, really. Just blasting through him and then go to the final
Every
boss.
last fairy in Avalon. Ceresa's legs began to tremble. But no matter the odds, she refused to give up. But then,
Cheshire?
the writhing mass of fairies hot on his heels, Cheshire ran towards the Pillar of Light.
Oh,
Cheshire ran like the wind. Ceresa felt his warmth through his mane. There was no stopping them now.
that's a bit more Bayonetta. And they even got the music. Yeah, the whole thing you can do.
Cheshire, be careful! Here they come! Leave them to me! Don't mess with a witch!
Figured we'd have to aim at the, we'd do it all at once. Like one thing at a time.
Keep at it, Cheshire. Just a bit more.
The little fairy dudes, man. Good choice for like a villain. Somewhere like cutesy, kind of goofy enemies. Or fairy book. Or fairy book, fairy tale story. Better than the fucking Nephilim or whatever the fuck. I can't say I enjoyed them very much in Bayonetta 3. I get the idea, right? Because you already did Heaven and Hell, but the Heaven and Hell enemies were much better. Even when you fought them in Bayonetta 3, they were much more interesting. Maybe it was the execution. Not exactly that they're just like these water dudes.
Escaping the fairies' clutches,
I'm not killing,
the
yeah, whatever
pair
they were. I
made
don't
it
know.
out of the forest. Or so they thought. Caught by the fairies, they were slowly being dragged back into the forest. Refusing to give in, Cereza held on with all her might. But then... something sent the fairies flying like leaves scattered to the wind. This was a technique Cereza had seen before.
Morgana!
You loathsome witch! I should have known you!
But before Puka could finish, Morgana extinguished his life with a single powerful strike.
Morgana! I'm so sorry for disobeying you, but please, save the scolding for later. This wolf, it's actually the spirit of a boy. If we don't do something, he'll die. Please, Morgana, can you save him?
Morgana said nothing. She gently stroked the wolf's fur. Confused, Cereza looked at her master.
Huh?
She saw an expression of which she did not think Morgana was capable. It was warm, filled with love.
Morgana?
You want to save him? How dare you? How dare you say those words after what you did to him, you foolish girl! Cereza, why is that demon still here? Did you not reach the altar? What do you think those years of training were for?
Morgana appeared to be growing more angry by the second. She advanced on Cereza and Cheshire.
Morgana? What are you saying? What's wrong?
You still don't get it! The training, the brace, the dream! Do you have any idea how long I prepared for the day my precious Lucaon would return?
Thunder crashed in the distance. Wind screamed through the trees. A cold chill ran through the air.
Dozens of girls I lured into that forest. Each required years of training. All for naught. I was so close this time, but you had to go and ruin everything. You selfish brat.
Cereza had endured her share of scolding from Morgana.
Oh, the machinations.
But this time was different. These were not the words of a strict teacher. They were filled with nothing but pure loathing.
Maybe they could have helped them together.
I...
Useless girl! Lucaon and I will be together again. You will surrender that wretched demon this instant. Oh, I see. Made a new friend, have you? A demon born under the full moon of the bisextile night. That creature is the key to breaking Lucaon's curse. Now, Cereza. I've waited far too long to let a child's sentiment stand in my way.
Morgana, I know I wasn't a good pupil. I always messed up during training and broke your rules. I know I let you down.
Look what a her child said.
You might have been strict, but I always
her
knew
feeling.
you cared about me. You were like a mother to me. I just wanted to make you proud.
Get away!
Pull yourself together, she is our enemy.
Cheshire tried to get Cereza to her feet. Morgana's next attack would come at any moment. But Cereza could not move a muscle.
My
Just
own
then,
son.
something caused Morgana to stop. Using the last of his strength, Lucaon clung to her dress.
I don't know if she. Yeah, he's gonna kill her, but definitely
Please, Mother.
help a bit.
No more. I can't bear to see you like this.
Don't fret, my dear. Soon everything will be back to the way it was.
Mother! Mother!
Her expression fixed, Morgana moved her son aside.
A pity. You had the potential to become a fine witch, Cereza. If only you'd hardened your heart. But you were always so damn soft!
What are we going to do?
You're soft!
You're fucking soft, lass.
Die already!
It's come out a little quick, man.
This is how a true witch wields a demon!
We've used this form like a single time. Not exactly muscle memory. These buttons never jumped or dashed before either. There's no carryover. It'd be fun if they're just ending like this, but you know there's gonna be like a fight. And the fights are much less interesting.
We can't escape Morgana! Give up!
This is how a true witch wields a demon.
F-Zero sequel. I'm in the pipes. I want escape mission. F-Zero.
Die already! You're soft. Die already! Give up! I'll never forgive you!
I kinda wish it wasn't in like increments and it was just full movement. Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know if it's real though. And honestly, that's one game where I can't blame them for not making a better one, because GX is already like really fucking good. The problem is GX has a lot of bugs and shit, which are kind of very strong, so competitive online would be broken as shit unless they changed them. And I don't know if we could easily change a lot of that. Because it has to do with physics and stuff a lot of the time. Yeah, I'd play through it again though. Wonder how they'd handle the custom rides you could make. I'd assume they'd just let you do it right there on the spot instead of needing AX shit. It would be sick nasty.
What's wrong? Giving up without a fight?
Ceresa
Imagine
heard
more
Cheshire's
people
voice ringing clearly in her
getting to
mind.
experience the GX story, man. Pure chemo, dude.
What am I supposed to do?
Pure chemo,
There's
man, honestly.
no way I can fight Morgana.
I see. Well then, I guess that means our journey's over.
The demon sounded disappointed.
Our journey?
That's what you call
There's
it,
no way,
right?
yeah.
This whole
Sadly.
thing to save your mum? You blabbered so much about her, even I was
And the
starting
fucking
to
Blood
look forward
Falcon
to
scene.
meeting her.
Pure fucking
Cheshire
chemo.
paused.
The birth of Blood Falcon.
What is it?
I hope those are untouched.
I'm sorry for what I did back there in the forest.
Cheshire.
And you were right. I never would have made it this far on my own. Thank you.
Ceresa was moved by the demon's unexpected words.
Cheshire, wait! I promised to send you home. I intend to keep that promise. Go, Cheshire!
The multiverse shit, man. So even if you care about Bayonetta's origin story, the whole multiverse thing and this being like a totally different Bayonetta you only learn a little bit about in 3 kind of makes it a little hollow. It doesn't mean the story itself is fucked, but like you're not really learning about the character. I mean, they have the same parallels, but they're not exactly the same. I mean, there's fucking multiverse where her mom's like alive and shit, so you're just learning about the fantasy Bayonetta.
Friends keep their promises. Gone was the fear and hesitation.
So you really got to disconnect from Bayonetta.
In its place was courage and steadfast resolve.
I'm an Umbra witch, just like my mum. Come on, let's dance.
Need some guns. Yeah, witch time. Impossible. Actual gameplay. Like how those other potions have actually no use.
This is how a true witch wields a demon.
Don't keep using the same dialogue, man. Cool section though. And you get the Bayonetta noises too. The same punch noises and shit.
You're soft.
Rule 3. It's a children's game. I don't like using that as an excuse, man. I've always said the children deserve better when people use that excuse. I mean, obviously there's a certain expectation for a kid's game. No, I would say it's definitely aimed at a more open audience. I don't know if you could go full-on children's game, but I'm sure. Yeah, World's End Club is a different story, man. We don't want to compare those, let's be real. That is a totally different beast. This game's a fucking masterpiece compared to World's End Club. I do think this is a game where the ending has saved it a bit. Not that the rest was fucked, but I think these last bits have maybe pushed it a little above like just being okay. And they're much more interesting for sure.
Morgana, you won't stop, will you? But I won't back down.
Even got the music. Well, this fight's got a little too much teleporting around for my taste. Yeah, at least the camera angles changed. When everything's the same color and there's a lot of effects, it's hard to read the attacks. That's okay, it's not like it's a very strict game here. Was there a spider in Bayonetta that was called Morgana? Might have been. I mean, there was definitely like half demon looking hybrids. Yeah, I cooked up a few Red Bulls here. Power of drink. Yeah, they're definitely more worried about the visuals than the readability of what's going on. When she's teleporting versus attacking, it's kind of hard to tell. That's probably one of the reasons they put a fucking big dodge button. Right when you need to. This, see, it's funny because this attack's easy to dodge, but it's the one they tell you to do. But she was our friend. Because this is a fairy tale. I don't think we're just gonna destroy her. I think Dad's dead. Or do you mean like in the afterlife here? They said he was killed.
Goodbye, Morgana.
was her son. Oh, you mean the spirit guy? Those are supposed to be the spirits of kids. But I guess that maybe they all, not all are. It's pretending to be a kid, or he's actually a fairy.
Teresa! Shasha! You did the right thing, stopping my mother. It was an honor to meet you both.
It was almost time to say goodbye to Lucan.
I wish we could have become friends.
We did, Teresa. For that, I am thankful.
Mother and child shared a tender embrace. This was the warmth he had been dreaming of.
Thank you for always watching over me, Mother. You can rest now. I'm happy I was able to see your face one last time. Good night, my son. Sweet dreams.
Ceresa did not know where fairy souls went in this chaotic world, but wherever Lucan wound up, she hoped he would find peace. The end had come for Morgana the Witch. Her peaceful expression was replaced by one of agony. It was almost too much to watch.
Almost.
This is the fate that awaits every Umbra Witch. An eternity, wandering the depths of Inferno. Ceresa did not look away. She watched as Morgana's soul was dragged to the underworld. Cheshire realized that this unexpected twist of fate had delivered exactly what he sought. A door to Inferno lay before him. But the portal was already growing unstable. It threatened to close at any moment. The journey had left the demon totally exhausted. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he stared pensively at his door home.
That gate will take you back to Inferno.
I'm curious if they just killed them off, if this is in the same world.
Cheshire looked back.
Unless they plan on resurrecting him here or having multiple games.
Said what they were both thinking.
If I go back, you'll be all alone.
Even after all we've been through, you're still gonna treat me like a kid? Just wait, I'll be strong enough to summon you myself in no time. You just take it easy for a while, okay?
Cheshire quietly turned back towards the portal.
I'm going to keep getting stronger! I promise!
A tremendous sound erupted from the portal, but Cheshire's voice cut through the din.
I'd expect nothing less.
And you better be one hell of a ferocious demon next time we meet!
A calm returned to Avalon Forest. As if to wash away the pain of the night, the first rays of dawn enveloped Cereza, bathing her in their warmth.
Groovy. More. Jean.
I knew you'd make it.
Time for sequel bait. Dual stick Jean game.
Looks like you'll be fine on your own, Cereza. Sean, thank you. I'll see you again when this is over.
Just some dude, man. Yeah, I figured Lucon and would be alive. Unless it's sequel bait. Because otherwise everything else is tied into the Viola shit. I'm pretty sure Lucon was her father. And he'd have to be, that was the whole point. They're trying to tell me the Cheshire connection, the fantasy, fairy world, and the Lucon thing is all bullshit, man.
You have grown into a splendid witch, Cereza.
You're going to be just fine. Once a regular nightmare, after that day, Ceresa never saw that dream again.
Hair up. Time to go to school. We got the backpack on.
Meetings and farewells. Thinking of the promise she made to her friend, Ceresa knew that she had gained something irreplaceable. The night was young. Ceresa set off on her next adventure, the pale moon lighting her way.
Guess Morgana just got the karma. Or the sequel. Where's my after credits, man? I'm waiting for it. Ah, baby. Ah, baby. Well, the big question is this game... Did this game fix Japan's birth rate? Like Kamiya seemed to hope. I don't know about that. I don't think it solved that issue, but it was pretty good still. Pretty decent. Yeah, some animation. I mean, you gotta have a dance at the end, right? But yeah. I had fun with it. I think it ends pretty strong. There's some nice sequences, not just set pieces, but some good story moments and stuff. They didn't end it too generic, right? I mean, they straight up killed off some of the people. Granted, I come back later in another one, but well, it's nice. I think the bond between her and Cheshire and stuff, well, it's pretty typical fairy tale shit. I mean, there's a reason that's considered a classic formula that works, right? So, definitely the best Bayonetta story. Not that that's very hard to do. The other Bayonetta stories aren't very good. Especially 3. So yeah, I enjoyed all the little cutscenes. I think the voice work was really solid. I think that helps a lot. I didn't catch who the voice actresses are. We're gonna have to see, unless I already missed it. Keep an eye out. Yeah, I think I think I would have preferred full animation. A lot of the cutscenes, I think that hurts some of it, especially because the rest of the animation work, when there is some, is really solid. But I think the voice work and just like the solid story. Just works. It keeps it pretty interesting. It's definitely the best part. If you're kind of not into like fairy tale stories, just simple, bread and butter basics type of stuff, I think this might not hit you. If you're after actual Bayonetta lore, I don't think this is good either. Because I'm pretty sure from what I imagine, this is tied to a particular Bayonetta and a particular branch of Bayonetta 3. So the Bayonetta 3 angle kind of hurts it, because Bayonetta 3 story is kind of shit. I don't think that's a horrible thing. It doesn't like hurt the story itself here, but as an origin story, it's an origin story on a particular Bayonetta and a particular thing that you never even met them. I don't think you ever met her. You're just, Viola's just the daughter of the fantasy Bayonetta, and her dad's Lucaon. And she has a Cheshire keychain or whatever that transforms into like the full-on Cheshire, so. Which I think actually helps Bayonetta 3's story a little bit, because since this is like endearing and fun, it almost makes the Cheshire angle and the Viola thing a little better in 3. Not a lot, but like it's funny how shit that story is. Like this all kind of helps it a little. It's probably its greatest a tribute to the Bayonetta story. But yeah, blame Bayonetta 3 for that. If this was like some kind of semi-origin thing to like the first game's Bayonetta or something, like, maybe pan out more on that front. Otherwise, like I said, the story and stuff's still fun. I think a lot of the end sequences were pretty solid in most ways, even gameplay. Which I guess gets us into the gameplay. Definitely the odd man out there. It might not be like the worst part of the game, but it's definitely not the best part. I would say at times the gameplay is just fine. Combat, the twin stick thing is kind of interesting. In the combat, it's kind of cute, you know, controlling 2 different things and just beating on people. That's kind of where it ends, though. There are little elements you have to use to do stuff, but you don't switch between them in a super fun way, and you don't really need them all that much. The combat and just the general gameplay just doesn't ask almost anything of you. Only at the end does it start getting a little spicy, and that's completely separate from everything that happened before. So, voices, let's see this. Angeli Wall. Jenny Lee. Narration / Ignis. Jennifer Hale. Yeah, the voice acting was really good in this, though. She kind of had a lot of like kid sort of noises. It didn't sound like just a grown-ass woman making a kid voice, even if it was. I assume it was. She just sold a lot of the moments. All of the voice actresses did. I guess there was one dude, right? It was Lucaon. I mean, it was whatever. I mean, that might have been a chick as well. Yeah, I would say the voice acting was definitely the best part there. They did a good job. She sounded like a kid. The dialogue kind of had, you know, all the little giggling and bullshit. I think they sold it pretty well. The narrator was good too. She jumped between the different voices pretty well and sounded very storybook and just fit right. They definitely carry a lot of it, which is good to hear. It's nice to be like, oh yeah, the voice acting's the best part of a game, you know? Usually that's not the case, especially in English. It's usually just kind of there, like Octopath Traveler 2. But anyways, yeah, gameplay. I think they just don't ask enough of you. It's not a matter of difficulty, it's a matter of depth. It just... burp. Nice, the burp, dude. There's just... I feel like... not reactive enough controls, like it's not fluid enough at times. Like it works, but... you know, it's not really snappy. There's not really a whole lot of different things you can do. It's mostly just walking up to a guy, holding ZL, and then smashing R, or holding R for just a millisecond and then smashing it some more. And you get other options with upgrades, but unless you want to upgrade a shitload, you're not going to see a lot of those, and a lot of those options are just the same thing, right? Like I could upgrade to have the earth element have a ender to the bind combo, which is what I do when I don't have earth element on, right? It's just, which is, I mean, essentially how it plays is you just spam R and you're going to see something different. I think that the readability of the combat and stuff, there's a lot going on, a lot of screen shake, a lot of effects and stuff. Precision's not really necessary. I mean, Chester just runs across the field anytime you charge. But I do think that the feedback on the combat and stuff isn't very good because you don't really get that nice viewpoint, and it is like so kind of animation locked at times. It's still fun, it does the job, it's a cool idea. It's something I'm surprised isn't co-op, but I guess because of the ending it wouldn't really work. It does the job. I wouldn't say it's just bad, but it's a system I didn't want to really delve farther into. I didn't want to do any extra side stuff because it just wasn't that solid. On the combat side of things, I do think when you start actually somewhat playing Bayonetta, it was kind of cool. Where you get up on them and then you could just attack, and then the boss is coming at you and you'll do little dodges and stuff. It was more fun than anything in the game, easily, and it's not like it was super hard still. I mean, it was harder than anything else, but not hard because you got potions and shit. If anything, it was hard because it was really hard to read. A lot of effects and shit flying around, and you weren't used to how it played yet. But so I think that was cool. I think that was cool thematically, as an origin thing, and just it was fun gameplay wise. Using all the different elements when you're on his back didn't really matter. There's not much point to it. I probably would have preferred you could jump into that form more often. I think maybe it needed something like that. I think this game in general has an issue of trying to keep it too casual. I think you can have a game that's like simple to learn, but with enough depth to take it to the next level. I think it's just maybe a little too simple. I think that carries into the exploration, which we'll talk about. I think that's in some ways has just as many faults with the combat as the combat. Sometimes it's not so much, sometimes it is. Oh, I thought something was gonna happen. But yeah, the exploration was the other big thing of gameplay. A Metroidvania map. I would say that's probably... It's about right there with the generic combat. There's just not a whole lot going on there. If there's not a set piece, if the pace isn't going, if the story isn't coming in, it's a little dull at times. It's not
The end.
to the point of boring. Oh, that lady's voice. Was that the lady who yells the Umbran Witch thing in the other games? It might be. The shadow remains cast. That'd be cute if they used her for the whole thing. It was pretty good. Oh, there was no... Oh, a special story with Jean. Costumes. Now you unlock the ability to have a fucking... Now you have the ability to change the difficulty. Like, that shit's kind of goofy, man. I would... Let's see what we got here. I guess we could do the Jean thing. The story's creators. Is it just the credits again? I guarantee it is. No.
The end.
I guess we could check out that. I guess I'll finish my piece before that. But yeah, the exploration, they just don't ask a lot of you. It's a Metroidvania map where how you traverse the map never really changes. It's just the areas you can go to change. Like, you don't move any different. How you, like, interact with the world barely changes. It's mostly just, now I can go to this area, press L on it to go through it. Or, now I can go to this area and I can, grapple something and then I can go to the next bit. And something maybe like a different Metroidvania where it's got a bit more movement, or maybe how you handle combat gets improved on. You might go through an area quicker, you might be able to take some shortcuts. While there's shortcuts and stuff like that in this, a lot of your upgrades and stuff are mostly lock and key type of things, which isn't inherently wrong to do. It just makes me, when that basic core gameplay and traversal's not super fun, not want to really do any extra, right? Like, it's not really, there's not enough depth, right? Because you're essentially, what you get at the beginning is essentially how it plays all the way to the end. You just augment it slightly different. Like, sometimes I'll change elements and use that, and it's a little slow, and you can only do it so much. It's not really fluid. And then Bayonetta can reuse 2 people now, and it's like, it's not a whole lot of anything. So I think that hurts the general exploration. I like the idea of it being slightly open. I just don't think it's enough. I also think I like that you can, like, attack enemies just like normally out in the world. Rarely, but them locking you into the fights also hurts probably the Metroidvania a bit. You'll explore, then kind of have to get locked in, and it kind of hurts the pace a little. So a lot of the time you'd rather just kind of keep rolling. Oh, I wanted to see what the costumes were about. How do I do that? Is it like in the game? What is the costumes? You get some goofy outfit. We'll check the Jean thing here in a minute. There's little touches for sure. I liked that, over time you would, the cutscenes and little interactions between her and Cheshire that you get used to kind of change, and I think that's a neat thing. Where are these costumes? Do you have to, like, start with them, maybe? Not able to change them whenever?
Let's take a break.
Is it like a rest thing? That would make sense. Okay. What do we got? But yeah. There's like a lot of little things, I would say. When you're moving around, right? Like, it's not super quick, and it's not like a movement game, so it's fine. I think stuff like the little QTE, the rhythm QTE, like, it takes a little too long. There's a lot of, like, fanfares that you get locked into after fights and stuff, and I think I don't think it would really hurt the game. It would still have a slow, nice, relaxed pace if you just kind of tuned a lot of that out. But I think it cuts in just often enough, and enough of these things are too slow or kind of too rigid to do. Like, a lot of the contextual things, right? Like, Cheshire you have to have the camera in a certain area, and you can't really use the twin stick all that often to multitask because you kind of need to be standing in certain areas camera-wise for contextual shit to work, so that kind of hurts some of the depth and the speed at which you can do stuff. It's one of those things, like I said, where it's like there's not enough depth of allowance for you to do stuff. Like, it's very easy to just play through, but you can't really take it any farther than that. Maybe different difficulties will help out, I don't know. But in terms of just world design, it's that way. Like I said, it's not a horrible issue or anything. It just ends up being a thing.
Cool.
What is this? Awakened from a fire near summer. She is first a prisoner of fate. Takes control of her destiny. The right eye. Time trials, saving up wisps. Learn skills with strengths. I mean, this is a cool thing. I wish this was during the game. Yell of John's heroics. I mean, Bayonetta always does this. Journals. Pretty much just 100% it. Bandages. Or there's like, you know, it's replay value. Thing is, I think this game would benefit. So it works in Bayonetta, the other ones, because the combat's so deep and there's so many difficulties that there's more to dig into, right? Like you want to play it again because then you can get better and use more of your moves and master it. This, you've seen it, right? I'd rather have these costumes be something you probably unlock during the game. I guess her hair and her costume plays a big part in the story, so they can't really do that. Maybe they could just lock hairstyles or something, but I think just something more incentive would be fun. And that's another thing with the exploration, is you really just got to be doing it for its own sake, which I don't think is like necessarily bad, of course. But if those bread and butter basics aren't good enough, which I think they're not that engaging, they're fine, but they're not that engaging, then it falls kind of on, I feel like, the reward, the incentive to kind of like push you a little bit more. And I'm like, the game's really easy. I don't need health. I don't really need upgrades because the combat's going to play exactly the same. You're just doing it for its own sake, and well, that's not it. If I had costumes I can unlock as I go, I'd probably want to do it more just to fool around, right? Maybe get Cheshire to look like a goofy dude. Just different visuals, just fun stuff, you know, something tangible. I think that would help. I don't think I think it's cool to have a costume system, but I would definitely say it doesn't work. I get that they're trying to make it like Bayonetta with replay value, but there's a reason Bayonetta does it and why this doesn't work on that front. And let's be real, Bayonetta 3 has costumes all the way through, same as 2 and 1, so... anyways, it's cool it's there. I don't like that they unlock difficulties after you beat it. I guess that's a Bayonetta thing as well, but that the game only has one difficulty. It's not the kind of game that's about difficulty, but I do think this one where like, well, you know, difficulty doesn't really matter. Now that I say it, unless they've radically changed how the game plays, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Because the problem is the base mechanics just aren't there, man. Like, you just don't have to, like, at its core, do that much, right? The world doesn't require much thought to move through. The combat is mostly mashing and holding ZL. Even if the enemies are a little harder, that's just not going to change. If they one-shot you, it's not going to make more fun. It's just going to be lame, so... I guess that doesn't really work out. But anyways... yeah, so I don't hate the exploration, I don't hate any of the mechanics per se. I like the novelty of the twin stick movement. I just don't think it ever goes hard enough, right? Like even just this basic mechanic, the twin stick stuff, there's just not that many opportunities unless they're very scripted. And then just your combat, which is very, very simple. To really do like two things at once in a way that really matters. Like exploration, all of the areas are very tight, like hallways, right? And then there's so many contextual things, you kind of have to be close together anyways. It's a nice playthrough, but yeah, it just doesn't have that extra level to it. I guess we get into visuals and stuff too. Maybe I'm missing a bunch of shit. I guess level design itself, like I said, it is a lot of hallways and stuff. I didn't run into every area. We definitely didn't explore everything. Some of these are probably more interesting than I'd like to give them credit for. Maybe they're pretty decent. Why does it lead me to this? I guess this is just us redoing the very end here. Unless there's like a new area to go to, I have no idea. I don't think so. I guess this just takes us to the end of the story. But yeah, like it's a cool idea and it works for the length of the campaign, but it's just not gonna rock your socks off, right? It does its job. There's not enough depth, I feel like, to have it carry a full 100%. There's not enough depth there, I feel like, for me to be like, wow, you know, this is something really special. Could they iterate on this? I think so, probably. But and the other thing is, it's a $60 game, right? Areas to run into here. Anyways, let's go check out the Jean thing. Yeah, visually it's nice too. Like I said, there's some like readability issues, I guess, but for the most part, I like the way it looks. The kind of watercolor glass thing going on fits well. I think the beginning of the game and some in-between sections are paced kind of poorly when it comes to like the variety of areas you go to. I would probably prefer if instead of all of the area, most of the areas being kind of these samey feeling foresty bits, which it's in forest, I get it, but that's a video game, you can do what you want. If they had a little bit more variety to them, because everything's kind of a hallway and you kind of interact with everything in the same way, and when you unlock certain things, you tend to use them all in the same way. The lily pad thing was a little different because you got a little free movement to shoot where it goes, but for the most part, everything didn't make a difference, right? The fire just, it melts blocks. The fucking, you know, the grass pulls like, I mean, blocks down essentially, right? I mean, the water would, you know, push blocks essentially around in the form of like the spinny things, but it did allow you to do the lily pad stuff, which is cute, but they just, there's not much else to it. Otherwise, everything that Bayonetta herself upgrades is in the form of just doing the little dance. Like, oh, I unlocked the ability to fix things. Well, how does it play? Exactly the same as if you were, you know, making the flowers bloom. It just doesn't make a difference. So, I mean, I think that engagement, that interactivity, man, just hurts a bit. And how there's just very little agency on like the exploration. I mean, okay, there is agency. Like you can go where you want, but like it's pretty railroad. It just depends on how you're getting there. Or the order you go there. I mean, it's not a whole lot of expression, the word I'm going for. I use that when we talk about like 3D Mario or something. There's kind of like an expressive skill where you can kind of freestyle. But what's required is very simple. This game, you do not have that realm of any of that. Like DMC is got like expressive skill, right? You can just beat DMC or Bayonetta really easily, but if you want to go do it in style and do it perfect, you know, there's a lot of extra things you can throw at it. Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing is like, does this really feel like it's squeezing the $60? I think the PowerPoint, in terms of visuals, I think the PowerPoint presentation stuff, we might have already talked about that. I don't think it's really helping a whole lot. If it feels like it's a budget thing, it's probably a mix. It's probably, well, Bayonetta usually has PowerPoint cutscenes. It looks like a storybook, so it's a part of our style. In theory, it probably saves some money. I would say that this needed less little splotch reveals and probably a bit more just full like pages. I would also say it's already got a fairy tale vibe. It being like a storybook, I just don't think hit very well. I would prefer, I mean, they had the in-between scenes thing where it would, you know, change the page. It didn't feel like a storybook. I would have just preferred to have animated cutscenes a little bit more, maybe not all the time, but the animation work and like all that was like really important. There's times where they're like, oh, Cheshire's smiling, and he gains a smile, but it just cuts to the smile, and it's like there's a big difference between a goofy, oversized cat doing his smile. Think of the actual Cheshire cat, right? What if it just warped the smile? It wouldn't be that good, right? Like that's the whole point. Like the like in the Disney movies, right? It's like you kind of need it. It's not like an actual book, right? Where you just imagine stuff. You're using what you see on screen there, right? I feel like you have to. I feel like they need to play that up a bit more. I don't say they have to. That's like I know better, but those are just my thoughts on it. Yeah, indie game $30. I mean, it feels kind of like is it a $60 idea? I don't know if there's the depth there. Like the end bits definitely have a lot of budget going on, but like the amount of stuff in like Bayonetta 3, the amount of like extra features and the new weapon. I mean, Bayonetta 3's one of its problems was there was like too much shit. It was like a new weapon and a new demon almost every 2 seconds. Nothing had time to breathe. And it's not because it's truly got too much shit. It's because the pace is kind of wonky. But you know, that felt like maybe a $60 thing, right? There's a lot going on, a lot of ideas, but this is like this feels like more of a quaint thing. I feel like the price point's kind of fucked. Not to say the game's just bad or not worth playing. I would say, you know, if you want a casual storybook kind of fairy tale thing, you got a little interest in Bayonetta, and you're willing to do something totally different, you know, it might surprise you a little by the end. I think it's neat, right? But yeah. $60. I don't know. I'm renting this game, right? So it's a little different for me there. I would be a little like, for $60. I'm pretty sure it's $60. I'm like 90% sure it's $60. Yeah. Yeah, Lady Layton for 60. Yeah, and it's not that I think every game that's $60 needs to, you know, be really long or something. I just think that, you know, there is a certain, because I mean, this game's longer than a lot of $60 games, especially if you 100% at it. But there's a certain, God, this is so laggy, so bad, man. Why is it so bad? Where do I actually buy stuff? It's back, maybe? Special offers? Missions? Or do you just browse their fucking store, bro? Oh, is this not the store? Is that why? Oh, let's just switch online. I figured you did it from there. I've never bought anything on the store. Except the Octa 2 expansion. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, length isn't a big deal. Like, it's fine if something is not long enough, right? I think a quality time is better than, you know, a long time. But that length ask with games does matter a bit, right? You know, if it is going to be not super long, well, is the quality there? Is the experience that good? Is it worth this amount of money? And that you might ask yourself that with a $30, $40 game, a $60 game, though. It's like, damn, dude. I think there's a lot of indie storybook fairy tale type of games. So I don't think, while the execution was cool on the visual side of things and the story was fun, I don't think that was that crazy. And I don't think the simplicity and lack of depth and stuff was like a huge plus. I don't know if it's worth the asking price, man, to be honest. Let me double check it's 60. If it was like 40, like I get it, man. Yeah, this is a full price game. I don't know about that. I would say no, but I'm also a cheap bastard, so. What is John's Tale? Is this like a special thing? Manual savings not available. I don't think this has the replay value of like a Bayonetta also. It's worth a play.
We have heard the tale of an unlikely friendship between a young witch and a lost demon. But there is a secret chapter hidden in its pages that remains untold. This is a story of two young witches who are joined by a powerful bond. From this time forth, it must forever remain a secret, never to be repeated.
I guess I should finish my thoughts.
Am I back in the forest?
I mean, we'll talk more about it as we go, but...
Huh? Cheshire?
No, this is just a
Where are
random
you, Cheshire?
bit during her story. After she cut her hair.
Where am I? Cheshire? Cheshire, where are you?
Turn it up a bit.
Trapped within a strange void, Cereza had been petrified by a mysterious force. And as for Cheshire, he was nowhere to be seen. Could this too have been the work of the fairies?
My thanks. The fairy's power resonated through your memories to guide me here. I'm surprised that one so young was able to resist my power, but I should have, before long.
Am I supposed to recognize who that is?
Cereza! Oh no. I figured she could handle that forest without my help. But this power is unlike anything I've ever felt before. It goes against all Umbran teachings. But I have no choice.
For years, this young girl had protected Cereza, always being sure to watch over her from afar. Her name was Jeanne, and she too was an Umbra witch, just beginning her training. Unlike Cereza, Jeanne lived in the Umbra witch village. Though forbidden, she often snuck out to meet her rival. The two never missed a chance to compare strength. Jeanne had been warned about the risks of soul projection, but that stayed her hand nary a moment. For she aspired to surpass Cereza and become the strongest of all the Umbra witches, a goal that allowed no room for cowardice.
I swear, that girl likes to keep me busy.
Jeanne's technique split her soul from her body. She flew towards Avalon Forest.
I imagine there's gameplay. If there's not, it's fine. I just would want to take a break and finish my thoughts. That'd be a little disjointed.
I'm sure of it now. Something is afoot in this forest. And it's not just the fairies. Cereza, where are you?
Jeanne had successfully arrived in Avalon. The forest air was tinged with a vile presence.
Okay.
So this is the infamous fairy forest.
Anywho,
But there's something else here. I'm sure.
what
of
else?
it.
What all did we talk about? We didn't talk about music. I think the music was solid in this. It's got a nice whimsical vibe to it. There's some standout stuff. Some of the remixes of other Bayonetta songs worked in pretty well at certain big moments, like when she's getting more power, where they're working together. You'll hear like the Bayonetta tracks come in, or the tutorial song kind of remixed a bit. Otherwise, the general sound is really fitting. Not a lot of like bangers or anything, but it was all pretty fitting. I can't complain too hard on that. Some of it maybe was like kind of the generic fantasy vibe, but some of it out here and there. Like I said, probably not anything I'd want to like listen to a whole lot more afterwards, but can't complain much on that. So yeah, I don't know, the big stuff. Let's wrap it up. Right. Gameplay, in general, between the exploration, the map design, the combat, it's just a little too simple, and not simplicity that allows for dub. It just doesn't ask much. I don't need a challenge, but you gotta. I do want like a basic level of engagement. It's good for a playthrough. It's fine, but I don't think it goes much beyond that. I think something just to spice it up, or that extra form that you can pop in a little bit here and there. More ways to just kind of move around a little different, or interact with the world in more ways. Or at least just maybe more set pieces, or just a variety of different environments to jump into more often would be good. And then that would help with the incentivization and the upgrades and all that. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, story was cute. Nothing you haven't seen with the fairy tale, but it does the job. The voice acting's really good. The presentation, while I don't really care for the PowerPoint stuff, I mean, it mostly worked. I'd say overall, it's decent. I would say it ranges kind of from the alright to decent range. I'd be hard to recommend it to a lot of people. Definitely not for Bayonetta fans, unless you're very open-minded just to whatever. Right? I went into this not expecting any Bayonetta stuff, and I think there was more than I got, which is nice. But most people would probably go into it expecting a bit more Bayonettas than nothing. So they do try to make it work at the end, which is cool. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think all the stuff out there, right? I'd be like, oh yeah, you gotta do this one. You gotta play this one. I think it's a good time, and I think with the right person, you know, if you just want something just very, very laid back, maybe. That's the thing though, but even laid back, I mean, there's more relaxing games for sure that still offer like just more engagement. I would definitely play another one.
Give me an earful if she knew I was here. Whatever. I'm used to her lectures. Cereza, where are you? That girl. Always getting herself into trouble.
I was like, well, I'm just gonna go. I think it's a very neat idea to use Bayonetta for something like this. I'll definitely give it that.
What is that?
That novelty doesn't last very long. I just use Cheshire.
As Jean proceeded through the woods,
I was hoping that she'd have her own game plan.
something peculiar.
I hope this isn't just running through the entire campaign
Cereza's stuffed cat.
in like a mixed way.
She must be in trouble. I knew it! As I thought, this is no fairy magic.
Who are you? Cheshire's voice alarmed Jean.
Who's there? Show yourself!
Don't play dumb. You trapped me in here, didn't you?
Cheshire said as he struggled to break free. But it took all his strength just to keep from being swallowed. He could barely move an inch.
You're... a demon? What are you doing there? Where's Cereza?
Cereza? How do you know the girl?
Eyes narrowed. Cheshire studied John.
He's just
with
hanging
new
there.
interest.
I'm an Umbra witch. Apprentice. Jean! I've come to save Cereza. What have you done with her? Get out here and explain yourself!
Oh, like I know where that brat is.
Cheshire said, trying unsuccessfully to hide the desperation in his voice.
Wait, a demon? Here? Did Cereza summon you?
Jean knew Cereza well. Seeing the demon-possessed stuffed cat, she instantly grasped the situation. She thought for a moment, then had a truly devilish idea.
I've a proposition for you, demon. I'll get you unstuck. But in return, you help me find Cereza.
Find Cereza?
The demon eyed Jean.
Like, imagine this cutscene if, like, he was moving
That's the
around
deal.
more in, like, a
If you say
cutesy
you'll
kind of
help
way.
I'll
He's just
move
like a
you
little
into a body
doll. Like,
that
imagine he's
has
like
the
looking
precarious
around and trying to
position.
act cool.
I have
It'd
just
be kind of
the
fun. But because it's a PowerPoint, it kind of loses a lot of that. I really, yeah, especially for $60 game. I really feel like they should have went with that.
Jean produced a
Jesus.
stuffed animal of her own. A handsome red stuffed cat. Compared to Cheshire's tattered felt, its velvet fur had a rich sheen. Nevertheless,
Like I trust a human. You're all the same. You won't trick me.
Cheshire barked at Jean.
Fine by me. Best of luck then.
Jean turned her back on the prideful demon and prepared to set off on her own.
What?
Cheshire yelled, unable to conceal his distress. And with good reason. In a moment he would be sucked into that void for good.
All right. Let me into that blasted cat. But if this is a trick, your lunch.
The demon reluctantly agreed to Jean's plan.
Yeah, maybe that's what the game needed. Just more ways to mix it up as you went
To the
along.
vessel you go!
Like, there's plenty of like games that are very simple, but they provide like lots of set pieces or just nice little beats of story or visual variety to make up for it. Like I said, I think a lot of just the main exploration areas and just the way you run around them, it's just too damn samey. Like the end mixes it up, but that's pretty much all at the end. So.
I don't have one.
Bayonetta 3 needed to take some of its mixing it up, because it mixes it up almost every 2 seconds, and give it to this game mode. It mixes it up too much, right? It's got really good base mechanics. Not really good, but like really solid enough base mechanics. It needed to focus in on them more. This game needs to focus away from the mechanics at times.
I see. Then I shall call you Charles.
Charles.
Charles?
Perhaps the demon had grown more attached to the name Cheshire than he cared to admit.
What's the fuss? Any name will do, right? Off we go now, Charles. We've no time to waste.
Fucking Charles the cat. How long is this story, man? Has anybody seen... Has anybody done this online? I mean, like... I'll probably run through it, but if it was like an 8-hour thing, I'd be like, But there's no way it is. I imagine it's like an hour or something.
That was sooner than expected. I've held up my end of the bargain. Now earn your keep.
Cheshire was not fond of his new name, but now was not the time. Any protest would have to wait. Thus began Jean and Jean and Charles' search for Cereza.
Yes. Charles in charge.
My brave friend, leave now. I am torn.
There are a lot of repeat areas here. I remember this, but
Charles, was that you just now?
how long does this bit take? Like I said, it was fun for one run through, but like any more, and I was like, like I'm not chomping at the bit for any extra. I said it's not a matter of length; it's a matter of engagement.
What is this place? The fairy stench is overwhelming.
Yes, this place is always crawling with them. Perfect for a quick snack.
The demon had learned a few things on his journey, so he took this opportunity to show off.
It looks like it's about an hour and 30 minutes of those are cutscenes. I guess we'll run through it. After that, I'm gonna go out and get some food, and then I want to go to the diner. I've went and eaten solo at a restaurant very few times, but I also kind of want to get back and get some more stream going. So maybe I'll just go grab something quick. Yeah, if there's anything you guys want to talk about on the game, you know, we can keep chit-chatting about it. Obviously, we got time here. I think he gets fully upgraded. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't have full upgrades on him before, so that was new. It's pretty, I was like, you're pretty much the only one. Taking a lot more damage. I mean, that's fine being made. I think it's more the asking price and how hard they should have went with it. I'm more than fine with the dev like Platinum trying something different or having a different team go for it. I think it's a commendable, like, you know, concept. I think it's cool they went for it. Or even just as like from a development standpoint, that they just didn't make like another Bayonetta game or something. They want to do something a little different, but yeah. It did well enough critically, sorta. I hear about critics, but I don't imagine this game doing very well. Otherwise, though. The Bayonetta part's probably the big thing that would draw people, but everything else, I don't. Yeah, maybe some kiddos would do it, but $60, man, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't have to do that well for $60. There's no way it has the budget of a $60 game for the standard $60 game.
You know that little crybaby.
Charles eyed Jean suspiciously as he spoke.
Crybaby? Oh, you mean Cereza. She may blubber from time to time, but look past the tears and you'll find a truly spectacular power. Cereza and I have a duty to become stronger. We must protect the legacy of the Umbra.
I feel like honestly, Jean probably being in the story and actually having some different gameplay would have been a good idea, possibly. Yeah, this is just the same area I've already done this in. They just warped me here. What's up, Yura? Yeah, we're doing the little bonus story here, and then I'm gonna probably go out and grab some food, and then we'll continue trails. I'm pretty hungry. I finished sort of throwing out my thoughts on the game. We're still talking about it while we're doing this bonus story. Yeah, I don't. I'd say personally, yeah, it was worth being made. I mean, anything's worth being made. I mean, what's like a truly just, I mean, like if they just want to make it, it's more about the execution, right? I mean, I think people can make whatever. I mean, I guess there's some things that aren't worth being made, but I think that's more the land of like cash-ins and like, you know, trend chasing, kind of like scuzz kind of shit, right? Like, I mean, this is trying to do something different, and I'm not gonna fault them for like this. Oh, we want to make a fairy tale, you know, Bayonetta game with twin stick kind of Metroidvania thing going on. And like, oh, that's fine, right? Is it worth playing? That's the different story, right? I think it's fine. I think it is. But I guess that's just a.
And I dare say you seem to like it.
I think that just depends on how you view it, right? That's up to the person on that one. I just, in general, I don't think like a lot of games are not worth even existing.
I'm counting down the seconds till she gets me back to Inferno.
Be more like, is it worth?
Jean thought that Charles's
When I recommend it to a lot of people.
more red than usual.
No, it's been fine. I think that's just kind of my general takeaway. It's fine. It's a cute game. It's got a fun little fairy tale vibe and story. It's well voice acted and stuff. It's cute, but it's very simple. To a fault. I find it to be a little unengaging at times. Not to the point of boredom, but to the point where I don't really want to 100% it. I'm not really like looking to do anymore, and I'm not walking away with it, you know, wowed or anything. It's got some really cool moments. even in gameplay where it does do some cool stuff, but I just don't find the novelty and the execution of the gameplay to really be on the level where I'm just like, you know, yeah, this was pretty cool. Like it's an inoffensive, just little.
She's close by. I can feel it. But where?
Charles heard Jeanne, but said nothing. Deep down, worry weighed heavy on his heart. He let out a sigh.
Yeah, it's a nice, like, simple. Just wholesome game. But there's a lot of simple, wholesome games out there. Is my problem. I get her up there. Got like something back here and get to. Must be. Yeah. Yeah, it's just alright. Just think some more inventive situations, some more depth. We've really just done this game some good. I feel like it kind of just cashes in on the fairy tale novelty and general premise of the twin stick a little too much. Damn, I'm hungry. Like, I'd probably rather be lapping up some of this than some generic triply open world bullshit. Like, at least it's trying to do a little something. It's just, yeah, it's just the execution, man. I just don't think it goes hard enough. It's like, what's the gameplay right now? It looks like there's something going on, right? But it's me literally just standing here with her holding ZL occasionally, and then just spamming ZR. Like, this is it. And then I move with her, right? Like, that's it, I just... Like, that's pretty much it. Like, sometimes you'll swap to a different form, but it's so rare, and it just doesn't require much. Like, you just don't need to do much. Like, yeah, you have to, like, get in this form and get a bit of your juice back, but I mean, that's not a whole lot, right? When you just press a button and then just fucking just walk around for a bit. I'm already just walking around. Like I said, I mean, for a playthrough, it's one thing. 100% is another story. Replaying and like, being loud is a totally different thing. Nice to see all the upgrades here. I didn't even get close to getting all the upgrades. But it doesn't really play any different. Like, it still plays exactly the same with max upgrades. I just can notice there's a bit more damage or a couple more spicy effects. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people who really probably end up liking this. I think, you know, how many storybook type of games you've played, this might be a very fresh concept. There's not a lot of games where you do twin stick stuff, so that's probably got a cool novelty factor. Obviously the simplicity of it is, it's very unchallenging, and I think it's to the point where I don't anybody's calling this game of the year, really. I think the what was I saying? Yeah, so there's some novelties here, I think, depending on how much you've played, that might hit a little better for you. I think there's a point where the simplicity and what they ask of you has so little depth, it's the point where, you know, it might be unengaging, and I think that's the case. I would like to think for a lot of people, but not everybody, right? I think it probably hits me a little bit harder because I've found there being games that are relaxing or chill or simple that do have some level of depth or ability to go beyond, or just something that's just more engaging. Some people I feel like might not have that as much of that problem. Being able to just mash through stuff and just in a completely mindless way. And if the presentation and all that hits you to the point where, you know, that's on the same level of having like a nice little set piece, I think I could see it. I definitely think it's to the point where it's not engaging enough. There's not enough going on. I don't need it to be like more difficult. Just more fun, man. just more going on. Just either that's just mixing it, shaking it up more often. Either it's just like raw, just, you know, needing to be carried by presentation and stuff.
You're hiding Ceresa, aren't you? Where is she?
Something. It just needs something. I would blame it mostly on, I feel like, the simplicity of the gameplay, on how just very little you gotta do. Have I played games more simple though? Yes. And hell, you could even play like a point and click, right? Mechanically, there's nothing going on in a point and click. You literally just point and drag stuff, and maybe use like verbs. Right, but how does a point and click make it work? Right? I mean, generally you have a lot, you know, control, I suppose, but like variety of areas and more like thought you have to put into maybe puzzles and stuff like that. And this, it's like, you know, I don't know if there's enough probably spice. Like there is set pieces, but I don't think they like mix it up enough. Like a point and click would have something to do like all the time. Like that's the whole point. It's like an adventure, right? This a lot, like half of it feels like you're in the same exact areas. And so it's like it's gotta rely on, I feel like, just the base feeling of the gameplay, and it just doesn't go hard enough. I think that's the whole game. I just don't think it ever goes hard enough. I think that's probably the best way to put it. It feels like it could be doing something, and it just chooses to kind of like just play it safe, just play it simple. And I think for $60, that's a pretty big ask. Seems like John's section is essentially just like a somewhat harder combat mode. Full upgrades. Like, it wouldn't take much to, like, fix it up, I feel like, combat-wise. Like, even just, and still keep it pretty simple, right? Have, like, the player have a bit more of like a snappy way they could like probably do something other than just holding a trap down. Have it be a bit more readable. Maybe Cheshire's not as much auto target as you know, maybe you have to actually like move and place some hits, but then it would be slightly harder. Right? Like it doesn't need to be like methodical, but maybe using dodge actually is like a thing that matters. Like you need to do it a bit more. Like you do have a dodge, but like, I mean, when you bother, right?
Wait, the crack's here. I can feel Cereza from the other side.
What?
The demon's eyes grew wide. What lay waiting on the other side? Had they finally found Cereza?
The usual suspect, though.
Cereza?
Super
It's
boss?
faint, but I can sense her magic. And she's not alone.
Something put Jean's nerves on edge. This presence belonged to no fairy.
Look! Over there!
Charles had spotted something. Jean followed
I mean,
Charles'
for it could be like a
gaze.
Bayonetta
She
3
could see a small figure floating
fucking
in the
bad guy or
distance.
something. I'm like, oh my god. Takumi.
It was Cereza. She was unnaturally still, frozen by some unknown power. Jean looked at Cereza's face. It was as pale as ice.
That'd be horrible.
So close. Whoever was behind this was determined to keep the girls apart. Charles bared his fangs and began to growl.
Like even story-wise, like there's cute stuff happening. Like, oh, they're calling him Charles and stuff, and oh, there's little animations. You know, the boss is riding little horse or something. But like, just more of that, right? You need more. I feel like endearing moments or more just of that comedy or just that kind of like fun, right? I think the story fails the least at that. I just know how bad this icon is for a little golf. Right? It's just like blurry as fuck. But yeah, I feel like that way about the game. Like it just there's something there, but it never goes deep enough.
Now. He was suspended in the air like a fell spectre.
Who dat?
Fixed by his gaze, neither dared to so much as breathe.
Is this tied to Bayonetta 3? I don't know. The story of these games is always like whatever. It'd be hard to
So we meet again, my brave friend.
recognize one wacky guy from another.
Yes, you may call me he who affirms all.
I think this is the Bayonetta 3 bad guy.
My, that's quite a...
Man, that hurts this game more than it helps. I feel like Bayonetta 3 story is not good.
Mouthful. You're worse than No Name over there. No matter. Anyone crossing the Umbra will pay!
Arc Eve origin.
Yeah, it definitely is
Think
now.
that her continued defiance would bring me to this place. A slight miscalculation, but she will be mine soon nonetheless. And then I will affirm my word.
She says
As he
RV
spoke,
origin.
The spectre's eyes grew crazy.
Wasn't that the Bayonetta 3 Bayonetta? Was this the Bayonetta 3 Bayonetta? Or is he talking about the Bayonetta 3 Bayonetta doing something so he's just here for something else?
They smoldered with a dark energy. But Jean and Charles did not back down.
What absolute poppycock! I won't let you lay a finger on my Umbran sister. Return, Cereza, or prepare to feel the wrath of the Umbra!
Now is the time for all to be affirmed. Will be mine.
The poppycock gauntlet, yeah, that's over, dude.
The spectre opened a scroll and called forth a fairy from thin air. Using the magic of the fairy realm, this technique gave shape to the pain inside Cereza's heart.
Using Cereza's pain? What a cowardly trick!
It's a $60 release, yeah. I don't think it goes quite hard enough to justify that.
Don't tell me you're giving up already.
And I don't think length is like a big... I try not to think of length.
Horrible. I better swallow him in one.
Well, I do. Length matters for price a bit, right? I mean, there's like a 2-hour game, right? I mean, the quality of the experience would have to be so good to be worth $60 for 2 hours. But like, it's possible. The length matters a bit, but like, I don't think this is a $60 experience. Even if you 100% it, which would probably, I imagine, take you, I don't know, 15 to 20 hours for him. Hey, Sam.
The demon was already
There you
licking
go,
his
dude.
chops.
New and improved. Giga he.
But the spectre was unfazed. As he got to his feet, a faint smile crossed his lips.
You still don't
What face?
understand, do you, Jean? What will happen if you oppose me?
How do you know my name?
I will show you, Jean. Give you a glimpse at what will happen.
Hard as a rock writing this. Yeah, Bayonetta 3 story is so shit that they throw this into the bonus story sucks a bit. I didn't mind the tie-ins to Viola and Cheshire, man.
A moment later, a torrent of horrible visions began to flood into Jean's
I
mind.
feel like you really want to distance yourself from the Bayonetta 3 multiverse shit.
It was a vision of Jean as a grown woman, dealt a fatal blow by an unknown
God, they
assailant.
even have this shit there.
Stop these stupid tricks! I'll rip you apart!
Charles tried with all his might.
It's just supposed to be us connecting them in like a very blunt way.
I have shown you a vision of things to come. If you do not distance yourself from it, that future will certainly find you. But this fate is not yet determined. Leave now, it may yet be avoided.
The spectre rose once again. Suspended midair, he looked down on them with his piercing gaze. He slowly turned to face Cereza.
Arc Eve origin. You cannot resist much longer. Soon you will give me that which I desire. Then, finally, phenomenal affirmation will be realized.
God, even just hearing this Bayonetta 3 shit sounds goofy as hell in this, doesn't it? This game's story's been good. Well, fine. In the main story. Mainly because it's just trying to tell a very basic fairy tale story. With light tie-ins. But whenever you see actual Bayonetta story stuff appear, it stands out like a sore fucking thumb, dude. Like this shit.
You too.
That pipsqueak made a promise to me she has yet to fulfill. You can't have her!
The beast gave a fierce roar.
Jean, you have seen what awaits you. Yet still, you would face me.
Don't forget, this is a bald man who was in a fucking
I am going to be the strongest witch of all.
A wheelchair. Bayonetta 3. And it's in the bathroom. I'm guessing you need it to go before you go to work or something. Not really any point in using, I feel like, using her here. Better off just running around. Other than a revive, of course. Yeah, when the Arc Eve origin pops out, you're like, ooh. Ooh. I don't know what you want to hear. Shadowing somebody this week? Well, hopefully it hurries up. I assume you already asked him if he's almost done. Yeah, I ended up like sleeping twice. I laid back down for a bit after I ate. I was just on my phone, and then I just like fell asleep. And it was for like a few hours. Arc Eve origin. Boink.
Your tricks won't work anymore. Come on!
Are you prepared to accept your fate?
Big nap day? Yeah. I'll probably be up for a while still since I slept again. Well, after this, though, I'm gonna go get food. This is a bonus chapter. We kind of already Went through the final thoughts. Joe. I mean, at least this isn't a bonus chapter. To be fair, but
I will achieve phenomenal affirmation. The two of you altering that is a statistical impossibility.
well, yeah, this shit's kind of.
The specter's right
I would have put this
hand
in the.
began to glow with an icy glimmer.
I think having it have light allusions to where this falls in the Bayonetta story is fine. I think having the hard wheelchair man coming up talking about Archive Origin and reality confirmation is a little too much. And he's having his big monologues and shit.
No! No! Let go of him!
Charles screamed out in agony. The spectral flames were slowly eating through his body, tearing him
The final
apart.
thoughts were, game's alright. Alright to decent. It just needs to go harder, like everywhere. Its voice acting's good. That's probably its best feature. And the story's wholesome fun. Well, other than this shit, but got ideas. I don't hate the direction, but for $60, it feels like everything needs to be like cranked a bit better.
Open your eyes, you fool!
Better exploration, just more engaging gameplay, more just mix-ups and set pieces. It's got a really great set of like ending with a lot going on, but yeah, just still no desire to replay and definitely no desire to 100%.
Cereza, did you forget our promise? We swore to become
Yeah.
stronger together.
It's got a good VA though. I mean, it's important because there's a lot of story.
Pride as an Umbra witch.
And usually somebody pretending to be a kid doesn't end very well, but she sounds pretty good. And then the narrator's fun. Works with the fairy tale storybook
The room
thing.
was flooded with a light as bright as the sun.
Too many little issues with presentation. Like, I don't really care for the PowerPoint cutscenes.
Seemed to dissolve in the radiant
I mean, it is
glow.
just a fairy tale story, and you can guess pretty much what's going to happen beat for beat. Which is nothing wrong with that, but you're not going to get much novelty. And the gameplay pretty much plays exactly the same at the beginning as it does at the end, which I feel like is usually not good for something that's essentially a button mash, you know? I think it does the job, but it's not. I don't think it fully utilizes like a twin stick control scheme with like multitasking to the level it should, regardless of how easy they want it to be. I feel like it's trying too hard to keep it casual to the point where it's
The
almost
specter's
removed
blood-curdling scream seemed to shatter the air
the
itself.
fun.
Is unfathomable. John, you have made your choice. That fate is now immutable.
A mile away. Yeah, I think it depends, right?
Whatever may come.
I mean, if you're looking for just something chill, you like fairy tale stories, you want it to be completely unchallenging, you don't care how simple and surface level the game is, or the gameplay is, you're probably gonna get better mileage out of this. But if you care about
His
Bayonetta,
power extinguished. The
this has some
specter's
fun
body
moments,
flickered,
but it's
then
definitely not
faded
like
away.
a true Bayonetta origin
As if in
thing.
response, cracks and
Definitely
fissures
don't. I mean, if you
burst all
don't like
around
this
them,
kind of game, but
the
you
world
think it might be like
began to
Bayonetta, I
crumble.
probably wouldn't touch it.
It's all falling apart. Was this all just his illusion? Cereza!
I mean, it was already kind of pulled in. I don't like how directly they're pulling it in here, though. I mean, it's Bayonetta Origins, right?
The color had begun to return to Ceresa's cheeks. She was not yet awake, but from the faint smile on her face, she appeared to be having a pleasant dream.
I think she'll be all right. They will be able to return to the forest. And it looks like my time is almost up.
Jean's body had grown faint. Her technique had reached its limit. Her traveling soul yearned to return to her body.
Well, Charles, which will it be?
Which? What do you mean, which?
Charles returned with a puzzled look.
I'm asking, will you go back to that tattered doll? Or shall I send you home to Inferno?
Charles blinked incredulously. Home to Inferno? This was something unexpected. Did Jean have such a power? For a moment, Charles simply stared at Jean, saying nothing. Finally, he spoke.
You think I'd trust you with that? Just keep it simple and put me back where you found me.
I see. Have it your way. But come on, you must like that body. Better than the lump of scraps Cereza drags around.
I hate them both the same.
Charles grumbled in his usual irritated manner.
Sundre Charles.
Besides, you're too rough for my taste. At least the pipsqueak gives me a break once in a while.
That's so.
Seeing through his act, Jean smiled at the flustered demon. She used her Umbran arts to grant his wish and returned him to his former body.
Cheshire. There you are. I'm gone for a minute, and you get yourself lost again.
With a peaceful expression on her face, she gave Cheshire a big squeeze. Cheshire sighed and furrowed his brow, but somewhere deep down, he was relieved.
Farewell, Charles! No, Cheshire! And don't you dare tell Cereza what happened here. I mean it!
I don't take orders from humans. But you saved me back there. I suppose I can make an exception this once.
Cheshire added softly.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear I was talking to a human. Take care of my friend, Furball. Whatever lies ahead, I'll be ready. I'm going to be the strongest witch of all.
Eric Eve Origin, dude. The phenomena confirmer.
Thus concludes the adventure of Jean and Charles.
Eesh.
We have seen how Cereza and Cheshire's journey went from here. But what of Jean? What happened to her after learning of her fate? It may not be possible to change one's destiny. However, Jean's indomitable spirit and steadfast resolve will surely guide her down a true path. Let us wish her success in her journey and put this chapter away in a safe
I was hoping
place.
they'd be like, bye Bayonetta 3.
Forevermore, this story will remain our little secret.
Good. buddies. Archive origin. Let's take a peek at those. Yeah. Like it owns the fairy tale feel and stuff, but I just don't know if it goes crazy enough with it. That's the whole game. It just doesn't go hard enough. It's got elements, it's got times it does go hard. It's not like there's a whole lot that's like particularly like bad. At the price point, but
I'm exhausted.
this is a $60 game.
Yes!
I think it's all to find my true self. I'll surely be ready. It's my only. This is her Bayonetta 3 out.
All right.
Unless you can just play Jean.
Cool. Yes.
Anywho. I guess that's it. Yeah. I guess to reiterate, it was fine. I don't like regret playing it or anything. It was I like the idea. I like that they wanted to do something different. I definitely by no means think that it was like wrong for them to take a different team or some different team members and kind of take the Bayonetta name and do something a little different with it. I think, you know, the concept of a twin stick action kind of Metroidvania thing is cool. I just think it ends up being far too simple for its own good, and doesn't make up for it, I think, in variety and set pieces, or anything like that. Like the story's fine and all that, but it's not gonna do enough heavy lifting. Yeah, and for full price. Which is when you see like Hi-Fi Rush come out from a similar studio, you know, this year for like 20 or 30 bucks. It's kind of a hard ask for sure. I don't know. It's a cute game. It's wholesome. I can't really fault it too much, but yeah, it'd be a hard one to recommend, except to like a certain person. If like you're just big into fairy tale vibes, you want something light. I mean, there's some combat, but it's not too crazy. By the end, it gets a little crazier, but not too bad. No, that's like I could recommend it. You definitely don't need to have played Bayonetta. In fact, it helps a little bit. You get some nice little allusions to stuff and song remixes, but you know, that whole part we just did with Jean there, man, it might be better if you didn't play Bayonetta. That part would just seem very mysterious. Instead, you're thinking about Bayonetta 3 and you're like, ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Perfect for children. I mean, maybe. Maybe a very young child, yeah, I don't know. I think children are better at games than this game would probably have you believe. Yeah, yeah. Imagine some kid playing this and like, I'm gonna go play Bayonetta. That's a little bit more heavy duty for sure. But yeah, it's definitely, I imagine that's the goal. I think it was themed for partially younger audience, partially just every audience. Every time you get like a tutorial, they literally have a thing that tells you you could just not care about this mechanic and it'll just autoplay for you. The game is already very simple. Children have higher standards. That's my thing, like kids are playing like Mario or something, and Mario has way more depth than this, right? And asks a lot more of you, and children seem to be fine with those. Dami mommy. Yeah. Alright. Build up that good taste, I guess. Yeah, I don't think this is comparable to World's End Club. World's End Club looks like it's trying to be a young person's game, but then actually brings in like adult stuff. That's just a travesty. This is like a gem compared to World's End Club. This at least sticks to its tone and its simplicity for the whole thing. I think it's just a little too much. Like I said, I did say that earlier though, I think depending on who you are, this one you're going to get a bit more mileage, right? I've played enough fairy tale type of games. The twin stick thing, I've played some games that did that too. A bit more novel ways in the puzzle department and stuff. Obviously, I'm not looking for something too simple, but I'm totally fine with simple if you can own it where it needs it to be, but I think some people might find the overly simple gameplay less of an issue on the engagement front, but yeah, I find it to be more of a problem. So, it's not that I would say don't play it, but I don't find myself recommending it either. It's one of those like, you could go for it. It's kind of in the middle. Anyways, I guess that's it. I've repeated myself a lot. It's one of those that's hard to kind of get down because it's not like got like really obvious faults. Its faults are that it's not really going that extra mile. It's not really, I feel like, cranking the experience the way it should be. This is a game that I feel like would, if they made a second one and really fleshed out the mechanics, made the world a bit more fun to explore, and the world being way more receptive to actually having a bunch of different Metroidvania powers, like I could see a sequel being pretty good. Using that dual form where you can actually play like normal Bayonetta a little bit, like I could see a sequel being pretty fun. I would play another one, but yeah. And this definitely feels like a kind of more of a rough sketch for $60. That's the kicker, man. $60. That's a lot, man. I know that's a pretty big. I mean, you could just go play all the other Bayonettas for like $60, man. Like it's a pretty hard value proposition here. IO Origin twin stick shooter, dude. Yeah. Well, anyways, folks. Yeah, I'd play it for sure. I'm gonna go figure out what I want to do for food. I kind of want to just get something quick and then get back into trails. That double nap or that double sleep almost. Because I should be awake for a bit, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm yawning here, so. And stick for each gun. Does he just move on his own, or do you like gyro control him? Or is it like a fucking, is it just like a first-person rail shooter where you control two different guns at the same time? Anyways, yeah. If you like really wholesome games and you like very unchallenging, very, very simple stuff, you could go for it, I say, but why not for $60? You can get a lot of simple experiences like this for very cheap, so. Not to say it wasn't worth them giving a try, I respect it, but yeah, I respect it, I don't love it. Anyways, I'm gonna peace, where I say the same thing for like the 20th time. I'll be back in a bit, hopefully, with some more trails. The goal is to get through the rest of the trails and then maybe RE4 remake. I'm not gonna rush it. If Godo wants to play it like 100 times, that's his prerogative. But I imagine we've got like at least 3, 4, 5 more days on Trails, so that might be the next thing. Not, it might be a Game Pass game. It might be Fate Extella. It might be a playthrough of the original RE4. That's the plan after Trails, but we're in Chapter 3, and there's a lot to cover still. I imagine we've got at least 3, 4 plus days left, and that's not including today, honestly. So, yeah, I'm gonna play a 100-hour game when RE4 remakes it.